Let's go. Will be the most scuffed thing that we can do. Why not? Alrighty.
That sure is a language select screen.
It sure do be a language select screen. It's the same ones as usual, and we're gonna go for English because, like, yeah. Okay. Yeah, alright. Those levels don't look too bad. What do we want to look like?
I love your channel rules. Like backseating is usually okay. I'm okay with spoilers, but try not to yell the big ones out in case others don't know them. And I most especially love try not to be too much of a dick. It's like, yeah, everyone's a dick sometimes.
Yeah.
Too much of a dick, get the fuck out.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I temper practically everything I say. I try to couch things. Like, originally that rule was just don't be a dick. But let's be real, I am sometimes. I am aware some of the shit I say to y'all is perhaps not the best.
What? You know.
But,
nobody...
it's a thing of like, yeah, you know what? Backseating, for the most part, pretty cool. I know that I certainly walk into other streams, I like to walk into people playing, like, Persona 5 Strikers. I love walking in there to someone that is, playing the game to hop in and be like, yo, what's up? I have 350 hours in this game. I'm a, if you're cool, I'ma help you. But not like that, because that sounds like a dick. Just a thing of like, hey, you can do this. Like, hey, in the Velvet Room, on the main menu, if you mash on the triangle button, Lavenza acts as if you're poking her. Does the game tell you that? No. Does that actually work, though? Yes.
So, I was just coincidentally just, like, watching Small Ant, because I wanted to see what the vibe of his streams were, and I was like, it's okay, I guess.
Yeah, they're usually pretty decent.
Yeah, that's not bad. But then he quit streaming, and he was like, let me send you over to this gal. And I went and watched her stream, because she was playing Elden Ring. And then she walked into the room, and she got murked by this dude, and I was like, oh, you don't actually need to go in that room. So I, like, typed it in the chat. I was like, is this the part where I say you don't actually have to go in that room?
You do have to be careful on some of that stuff, yeah.
But it was, like, a very innocent, like, me asking the question of, like...
Yeah...
I'll say that stuff, and then they were like, do not backseat gaming in this channel is a bannable offense, yada yada, and 2 fucking mods said that. 2 separate gave me the
well, I mean,
and
that's one reason why I usually
like,
just kind
I'm gonna go spoil the whole fucking quarter, ban me, you fucking assholes, Jesus Christ. It's
I
was trying to
lurk for a while before doing anything, just to see what's going on first. And also check to make 100% certain, that they don't have rules against, backseating, and usually start off with, like, just, like, a tip. But also, like, something like that
That was a very tiny tip.
Yeah,
right? It was
but
like
also, like, the way... Bro, it's one of those things where it's kind of the way that it comes across sometimes. Like, oh... You died from walking in there. Oh, is this the point where I say you don't have to go in there? Can come across as a little bit dickish. Just a smidge to someone that is a bit salty. But especially if that person gets a lot of people backseating, it can cause mods to be a little bit sharper than usual. I was in a stream where, I had an answer to a thing, but they had a, don't spoil me, don't tell me things. And I was like, okay, cool, I'll send them my hands. And they were essentially being like, okay, is there a way to do this? And I was like, I have an answer. Do you want me to tell you? I typed that in, and I waited for an answer. It's like, yes, go ahead and tell me. And I gave an answer, which turned out to not actually be the only answer, which was good. I've forgotten what the question was, though. nor what the answers were. And one of their mods was like, please don't tell her what to do. And I was like, bruh. And also the streamer was just like, what? A, they asked. B, I said yes, tell me. I was like, oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Then what on earth are you doing as a moderator, A? And what on earth are you doing, popping in when you don't know context, B? It's,
Yeah. The fuck?
Anyways, what should we look like? I mean, not that, we won't be changing things up more. I'm thinking of just going, default guy on this. Like, it's not like it matters too much, right? And if the uniform styles are basically the same, then there's no real point. And if the hairstyles can be done regardless, then there's no real point. Right?
Sorry, what was that? Sorry.
If the uniforms are the same between them, and the hairstyles can be done regardless, then there's no real point in picking out a starting form.
It ultimately does not matter except for the skin tone.
Yeah, obviously that's the bit that matters.
Oh.
So I'm thinking of just going with, like, default light skin guy. Which, now that I've said that, sounds awkward, but you know what? We're gonna push past that part.
Aren't you just default regular light skin dudes?
We'll just go with you. And we... are Fire.
Like, just completely average.
Alright. Wow. That does not look particular... That is a texture alright. Looks more like chalk, actually. That's not awful, actually. Hey, we actually have some almost lengthy hair. That's a lot of forehead. Not bad. Not awful. Oh, hey. We got hair physics. Hair physics.
Hey, there is a ponytail, but it's much shorter. Oh, yeah. It has some very nice hair.
There must be a lot of bones in that in order to be able to do that.
Hair.
Yeah. I don't know about the texture on this one.
I think there's not that many, like, hinges in there. Like, it's...
Wow.
It looks like it moves around more than it actually does, the ponytail.
Yeah, probably. Huh. I don't know if I would have called this pixie cut personally, but what do I know? I'm not into... What is it? Cosmetology, I think it is? 2 block. Okay. Weird. Yeah, there we go. There's the hair that I know many people went to school with. And quite frankly, I'd say I pitied them, except that I walked into school with a flat top basically every day of my life. So...
Oh my god. I got recommended to the guy who created Kaizo Ironmon.
Yeah.
I ate your pie. I'm checking his stream. He has not
Pie's
yet
not bad.
completed his challenge. He has not yet completed his own challenge. He's the guy who made it. He is on run number 7,498.
Wow.
That's great.
I kind of like this long hair, honestly.
That's and he must have a Pokemon that evolves through friendship because he's running around at the top of the.
I kind of wish that this back hair actually moved more, though.
The first battle. So he must be trying to evolve it after the first battle. Sorry, what was that?
I kind of like this long and straight hair, actually. I do wish that the back hair, like, look how thick that lump of back hair is, though.
Yeah, that's...
I kind of wish that that moved more. Not a lot of wiggling there, but maybe it has more, like, outward with the wind sort of thing.
Perhaps.
Also, hair that's longer than shoulders when Game Freak.
Yeah, probably not going to happen anytime soon.
Like, give me hair down the back. I will say that watching the ponytail wiggle around is surprisingly satisfying. Front hair doesn't seem to move here, though.
It seems to be on like a ball socket. You see it wobbling around.
Yeah, kind of. Like, there's clearly a... Like, it clearly does move at that one point, but I'm talking about, like, along the length of the hair. There's a surprising amount of bend to that. Because the top of it is not actually moving as much as you think as the bottom does.
Kind of just formed with the motion.
Yeah, I mean, there is a bend in it. The bottom of it is given weight, and thus the rest of it is allowed to bend to allow it to move further. You know, like how physics does.
Physics?
Not sure I would have gone with gold for that color.
And we know nothing about this game because it just came out. Ha ha ha. You know? Either one of us.
That sure is a color of it. That sure is a color! Oh my god, we're really gonna start our Joker arc, aren't we?
Oh my lord.
Look at this fucking green!
It's very green.
That's not a bad blue. It's a very, like, sharp blue, mind you. But it's actually less bright than I would have thought. Like, it's very saturated, but not necessarily super bright. Huh. Oh no. Oh no. Magey, they've given me a nice teal color. That's actually not a bad shade of lavender. Of course they're gonna call this violet and not just purple. Wow, that is bright. But, like, no denying, that is in fact pretty scarlet, alright. Though, maybe a smidge of orange in it. If I were gonna go for a base of actually making our hair look like fire, this might not be a bad base. Ash purple, I guess. Not a bad faded green. dark denim blue. Sure. I guess. It's certainly dark, but I don't know about denim blue. Okay, I suppose. Maybe. Hi, sounds like your headset died?
Okay, sorry, I'm in a call with Dan.
Oh.
Okay, see you soon. EJ had called me.
Ah.
Huh?
That explains it.
Yeah. Hang on, I have to reconnect my headset.
I might just go with this, actually. Get us a nice big mass of teal hair. I kind of like it, actually.
Yeah.
Looks pretty nice to me, actually. As much as I like to see the ponytail wiggle about, I think I actually might prefer this better. We'll go with that. Yeah, we'll go with that style. Oh lord. They really just said, hey, you want customization? Fine, we'll give you customization. Okay. What the? Okay, I see what the difference is. Vaguely. That didn't look too bad. Wow. They have some good contacts over there in Paldea.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That sure is a look. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of the whole gold pupil concept here.
That's odd.
I'm not sure I'm a fan of the whole colored pupil concept in general, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know about that one there, fam.
Actually happened.
No,
That's not an
they're contacts.
Oh.
Of course it's possible, they're contacts. Yeah, not sure I'm a big fan of the whole colored pupil thing here.
Are the people who
Ah!
Oh my god.
Go maximum yandere.
Maximum yandere.
What? Excuse me?
I
What
did
am I
not check out
looking
all
at?
the eye color options.
What?
Wow.
What am I looking at? Was this a mistake that they just said, yeah, this could look neat to somebody, ship it? What the fuck am I looking at? Yeah, multicolored swirl. More like we threw all the colors in the palette at this particular texture and then said, sure, it's fine.
That's too much. That's extra, as the kids say.
With the right eye shape, Total Dark could just... You could really make, you know, either that or maybe, I don't know. Not burgundy. Maybe the poppy red or something. You could probably go for like maximum yandere sort of thing. I won't be doing that, but it's probably possible.
We should play a Nipponganese.
I will not be doing that.
What a nightmare.
Can't read moon runes. Yeah, I don't know what these colored people's options are supposed to be for, quite frankly.
It's weird, a weird inclusion.
I mean, I'm sure they are for someone, but I'm not sure who that one is.
What's the blue-gray look like?
The what?
The
This one?
blue-gray? The gray with gold looks purple to me.
I think it's some of the color coming from the gold in it, or either that or the gray is essentially their blue, but like with the saturation turned way down.
Hmm.
Or like their, what is it? Do I have the
I should have
aquamarine
picked
in
the
here?
blue-gray eyes. Those look more like my eye color than the actual blue.
Well, you can just hit left at any time for it.
You can change it
Yes. Everything. Outside of skin
at
color,
any
I think.
time.
Yep.
And apparently there's like hair cutting places, I think.
Yes. I'm not 100% certain why, to be honest with you.
It's weird.
I'll be honest, I was hoping for a more teal-looking eye color, to be honest with you. So instead, I'll have to look for something that actually goes decently with this. Either that or something that matches like her tie color or something like that. We could do that. I think that would be... that gray basically fits it. Either that or, that. The lavender's not far off of the tie color, but I think it kind of clashes with our hair color.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Is there anyone
Probably...
with light gray eyes?
Yeah, it happens.
That's actually pretty cool. Did you know the rarest common eye color is green? Only 2% of the
Yeah.
population is green.
Give or take. Yeah, because it's a pair of recessive genes, I think, last I knew. Assuming
Yeah,
that my knowledge isn't incorrect.
Blue is
in
the second
any case,
rarest
like,
of 8.
And in any case, like, our actual knowledge of, like, what's recessive and what's not is far more complicated than, than what we thought it was when they taught Punnett squares, because Punnett squares are actually bullshit.
Yeah, the genetics are a lot more fucking complicated than that.
What a strange thought. Biology is more complicated than what they teach you in 6th grade. Wow, gasp, shock.
It's a somewhat decent way to get the idea across
Sure.
of how, like...
Some people refer to it as lying to children. Some people refer to it as just kind of like, listen, we're just going to give you a basic idea now so that you can dig in deeper later. Just the fact that it never actually goes into that detail later. For instance, the concept that binaries exist. Bodies are messy. Binaries are bunk. This light blue is not bad with our hair, I think, but it might be a little too bright.
Because you can have multiple varying amounts of multiple different, like, eye color and hair color genes.
Sure, yeah.
Like, I can have 4 different hair color genes and 3
Bodies
different
are
eye
weird.
color genes.
Whatever we go for this, I think we either want the eyes to be like brighter than the hair or less bright than the hair. either we want them to stand out further from the hair, in which case we'd go for a, different color of hair, or be something that kind of stands out a little bit less. Actually, this green is not bad.
And another thing about Punnett squares that completely disproves them is like skin color, because skin color kind of like melds together,
Yeah, there are many, many factors that go into most anything about a body that you cannot, and a lot of it you can't tell even if you do have the entirety of genetic information available.
Hair color too. Hair color can like be so many different like varying like shades in between. It's like you can't just say that, like one red hair gene plus one red hair gene, it's like,
yeah, it's never that.
It just doesn't work.
It's never that simple. Wow, they're going for some kind of... Wow, alright.
Everyone questions why it is that I have a red beard and brown hair that is now like fading into like an ash brown, like a dirty
the
brown,
answer is
blondish color.
the big shrug. Hair is weird. Bodies are weird. This shouldn't be a surprise.
According to scientists, it's because I have one copy of the red hair gene, but that doesn't really explain how having one copy of it expresses in my face, but not my head. Top of my head.
I mean, it would
Like-
just depend on what's active in the various things. But also, like, I think technically, like, facial hair and head hair are not exactly the same hair.
Right, like the hair on my
Like,
arms
they're
and my
very
legs
much
is...
different texture, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, like beard hair and head hair have a completely different texture, and you can have different genes for your facial hair and for your head hair. Also, like my arm hair has no color to it. It's
I wish I could zoom
colorless.
in a little bit more on the face here, so I could actually see what the eyelashes look like a little closer.
Just like-
We could just be really, really fucking spiky lower eyelashes here.
I've even seen
Or
instances of where like
incredibly spiky upper eyelashes.
yeah, I noticed how spiky some of the eyelashes were.
Let's see. Who do we want to be here?
I've even seen like an instance of where someone had darker hair on one arm than the other arm.
Yeah.
So like, it's
What is?
you
that's
can't-
color, Okay.
it's complicated.
Yeah. We can go for this one and be someone who clearly has bags under their eyes. I mean, that's what it looks like, right?
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, a Punnett square isn't entirely a lie, because if you take a person with red hair and another person with red hair, you're very likely to get a red-haired baby. You know?
ish, kind of, sort of, depending on way more factors than a Punnett square can actually take in. As a thing that
yeah.
teaches some of the concepts of genes to kids, it is okay-ish,
Somewhat
but
Better than nothing? Shrug?
citation needed still.
Yeah. I mean...
Damn,
I don't know what
spiky.
I would do to teach them, but it wouldn't be a Punnett square.
Yeah, but then again, I ain't a teacher.
Nope. I have no certifications or licenses. I'm a
Yes.
certified, licensed Pokemon expert. I've been a Pokemon trainer for 21 years.
You know, I'm not actually sure that I like our eyelashes being the same as our hair color.
It's a bit odd. I just left mine as the default.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep
got all
mine
kind of
actually as
options.
black, really.
Scarlet? Try Scarlet. Or did you try all of them?
What, for the... Really? Really? You want to go with this?
Ugh. Knew it was gonna look bad. That's why I said to try it, because I figured it was gonna look bad. Well, that's silver. Silver might not be bad.
Silver's okay. I don't think it really fits, though.
Yeah, not quite.
Ash green's actually not bad. A little bit of a darker kind of highlight around them, I guess.
Yeah, it does match better. Yeah,
But alternately,
So, yeah.
I could just go with black instead.
black. Black goes with everything.
Just go with this. Also, yes, I am well aware that I chose a guy, and what we are designing now is perhaps not one.
Who's to say? Honestly.
Who knows? What's in their pants? Pokeballs. I mean, listen, not everybody can manage to fit them all on their belts, and you gotta make sure.
You gotta make sure. Exactly. Enough said.
What's the bulge in their pocket? It's a Pokeball. What can I say? Come on, lift up your fringe for a second so I can see your eyebrows. Sure, that's a fetish for someone. Okay, it looks like they just kind of get longer each one. Yeah. Ooh, real thick eyebrows.
Not to
whichever one
diss
we
your
want,
character,
probably
but
want to deal with one. Oh, you're not a fan of them?
no, I like your character. I would just specifically, as like personal taste, have never been a fan of bangs.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I
It's
don't
not that I
have
think-
I don't have that much fine-grained control over the hair. Let's
Yeah,
be real.
I
If I
know.
had more fine-grained control over the hair, this would be different. But I don't, so I'm going for the
yeah.
longest possible. You know, up until
Yeah.
Game Freak gives in and actually gives proper long hair, we will make do.
I mean, it's not that I feel that bangs make people look bad or ugly. It's just not. I just don't prefer them, like aesthetically, to me.
You'd rather see that glorious forehead?
Yeah, I'd rather, like all your hair be the same length.
Look
It's
how
just
thick
weird
those eyebrows are.
to me. Bangs are just so weird to me, dude. I just don't like it. It's weird and uncanny.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a way to make sure that there's not hair in your eyes while keeping hair everywhere else. You know, for those that don't necessarily just want to gather the whole thing and draw it back like I do.
I mean, you can do a side part. You can do a middle
sure.
part.
Sure,
Tuck it
but
behind your
not
ears or something.
not everybody's hair quite works like that. Because like you can see that there's not really a visible part in there.
Mm-mm. Not super. I mean, there is a part.
A little bit,
Down
but
the
not
middle.
like massively.
Well, also when you have bangs, there's less of a part to be created. Because
Sure. I almost almost wish I didn't have the banks on here so I could actually see the damn eyebrows.
You could swap it and then swap it back.
Yeah, that sounds like work. I
mean,
kind
it's
of
not
like this
that
one
much
for
work.
just like stupidly thick eyebrows.
When do they open up multiplayer? When do you get access to that?
I think around about the time I hit the first.
Los Patos?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's probably where you can do it first time. So that's not even that far in. That's only about like 20 minutes in tops if you really take your time after you've started. Boy, I sure am excited to not have
Like,
wildly
you know,
unstable frame rates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard tell that on console people get worse frame rates.
Really?
Yeah, because they're
I get better frame rates on my Switch than my PC, bro. Just flat out.
well,
Flat out, it just
might be
runs
just
straight
the
up
people
there.
that have, you know,
Mega computers.
not laptops.
Yeah,
I'm trying
not
to figure
a...
out what. There's 15 of these mouths, and it really looks like it's the same 4 over and over.
Let's see, I think I can do a little system diagnostics on Steam, and it'll give me actually more accurate information than Windows does.
What is the difference between these two? Oh, I think it's like lip thickness or something like that.
Yep. It tells me my computer model, which I can't find anywhere else on this fucking computer, but it's a Dell G3 3500.
Is
So
there
yeah,
not a
thank you,
sticker on the
Steam.
bottom of it?
No, it doesn't say on the fucking bottom. It doesn't say in the system settings. Nowhere does it say
Really?
the specific model. Yeah, unless it was like on one of the stickers that was on like the little, you know, the flat area beside the touchpad. They often put little
Sometimes they
system
do that,
stickers on there.
but usually the model is like on the bottom
On
panel.
the bottom,
somewhere.
yeah, I
You know,
checked,
right next
and I
to
didn't
the,
see
you know,
it.
like verified genuine Windows sticker.
Mhm. It does say G3. There's just no 3500 anywhere. So I couldn't look up this specific model of G3 that has these specific, you know, like components. I would just be like looking up G3s in general and wondering which fucking one it was. In this case, where it's secondhand. If I had bought it myself, I would probably remember.
What the fuck?
smart-
Jesus Christ!
Ugh. 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 No thanks.
That was sudden and bright. I think I will probably actually go for
Orange.
none of these, but
So weird.
I actually more wanted to do that so I could actually see what the fuck these mouth shapes mean. Yeah, so it's like lip thickness or thereabouts.
Mhm.
So that's thicker
And-
than the original, and
and the
these
end
are
Mouth width.
thinner. No. No, it's the
And
same
width
set of like
changes as
5.
well.
No. Because like there's
That one's wider.
2, 3, 4, 5, and then this one is the same as this one.
Oh, yeah.
So 6 is the same, but you can see the lip thickness is different. You know, the amount the lipstick covers is different.
Some of them do have different width, though.
Bro, do I need to come over there through the internet and affix your eyes to the screen so you can see shit?
One of them is wider.
I'm saying it's the there's 5 of them
Yeah. No, I got what you're
repeated
saying.
3 times.
Yes. I understood that as well.
Like, yes, 2 is separate from 1. But 1 is the same as 6.
7, 6. Okay, yeah.
Just the amount of
No,
space
I
that
got
is
it.
covered by lipstick is different. You can see
Right.
that 7 here is the same as 2, just, in width.
I think I chose mouth number 2.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Maybe 3? I'm not sure which.
You didn't go for the cat mouth?
It's hard for me to... No. It's hard for me to tell with the lipstick on.
And then, starting at 11, they are thinner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will probably go without the lipstick personally.
What's up? You okay? You sure? The vinyl looks fine. The vinyl looks
We
fine.
could absolutely go with a cat face if we wanted.
Sure.
Like,
Why not?
be proper lol random.
Random.
That burgundy is very bright. It'd probably stand out better against just more neutral hair, probably, if I had to guess. And probably in a different outfit. If only we got more of those. Yeah, I'm gonna go with none for that. Oh, this is the part where we get to put freckles all over our face. Wait, where's the third one at?
No, freckles is the next. This is beauty spots. So, like...
Oh, there it is. It's under the eye. I almost couldn't see it. That one's under that eye.
Some of them may, be obscured by the hair.
Oh, we can't be giving ourselves spider bites with these? Dang. Actually, no, those would be snake bites right there. Oh, wait. No, wait. Here's the ones with 2. Just a single dot beneath each eye. Which one of these is the true eye? And which one is actually the fake made to scare off predators?
The false eye. It's just a ditto.
The nose is just
The
a
evolved
protrusion.
form.
It's not actually a nose. It's
The
it's
evolved
just
form of ditto can transform into humans.
Oh lord. The sex work economy in all Pokemon.
Oh my god.
In all the regions is just
Please.
absolute
No.
shambles.
No, he went there.
Those are not bad freckle patterns, actually. I think not for this one. Maybe if there was one where it was a little bit of a lighter dusting, perhaps. Like, that's not bad, but I don't think it fits with the grain very well,
That's how my freckles are, number 3.
Yeah. Because I think the others are a little strong, personally. But also, if we're going for, like, super light skin, then, yeah, nah. We ain't seen the sun ever.
I used to go out into the sun as a small child.
Yeah, I think this will do just fine for us.
I one time spent 12 hours in direct sunlight and had second-degree burns all over my upper shoulders, neck, and my back. About halfway down my back. Gigantic blisters everywhere. It was horrifying.
Yeah, me too. I spent time
was-
in the ocean,
So bad.
like up to my shoulders in the ocean. Like, for 5-6 hours.
That also magnifies the lights.
Yeah, no.
That makes it stronger.
I had second-degree burns in my face. Had to spray this like weird, this spray on my face, and it made everything just feel weirdly tight and stuff. Not fun. I mean, it soothes the burn, but everything was just weirdly tight and all that. And then
the skin tightness is weird.
Later, just a giant chunk of skin off of, I remember sitting down at the counter at home reading something, I don't remember what, and just a whole, just a giant flake of skin of just like the entire center of my forehead just falls down into the book I'm reading.
I remember I was at my friend's house and we were playing hide and seek, and I was like coming out of a room. I was gonna change hiding spots. And he tapped me on the shoulder to tag me, and my shoulder just exploded, essentially. Like, fluids everywhere. I guess it was serous fluid.
Ew, not good.
Yeah, that's essentially what builds up in a blister.
Okay, yeah, I didn't get blisters, thank goodness.
I had blisters everywhere.
Oh, that's
all over my back and shoulders, yeah.
Yeah, no,
it was real bad.
They were second-degree burns, but they weren't blisters, and I am very thankful for that. And the doctor was just like, all right, now you're just going to have to be careful about your sun intake for the entire rest of your life.
Bro, I was writhing on the ground in pain after he exploded the giant blister on my left shoulder.
I'm sure.
And then the babysitters were acting like I was overreacting.
Blisters are never fun regardless. Also,
like
this
I
is
was
a
like
really
doing
cute
it for
screen,
attention.
Actually. Like this application, that's really cute actually. Got those Pokeball scissors, a mug of something. Probably, I don't know. It's either, either plenty of milk in that coffee, or it's like a hot chocolate, or I don't know. Could be chai, I suppose. Yeah. Enrollment complete. Ah, you and your abstractions. Yes, those sure are grapes. Leading the way into the future while valuing our individuality. It's time for you two to dive into the world of Pokemon. Now that I remember that she has the ponytail, I am glad that we didn't go for it. But also,
it doesn't look like hers. It's different.
You sure? Pretty sure it is.
Yeah. It's different.
I mean, it's a different one from the one that the protagonist can have, but
yeah.
Director Clevel, head of Uva Academy. Paldea is a sprawling region, bursting with lush nature and magnificent landscapes. Yeah, it's UVA, like what burned me. It is also, of course, home to the mysterious creatures known to us as Pokemon. They reside here in great numbers, in fact.
Wow, I can't believe that small area, like, around the bug gym and then, like, south of it is what I spent, like, 4 hours exploring.
Pokemon can be found living all over. In the seas, in the skies, even in our cities and towns. We humans coexist with Pokemon as we both help one another to live and thrive. Uva Academy is here to help you learn even more about these precious partners. Within our halls, people from all regions gather to study together. Hey, it's Minecraft! Minecraft real. I still actually think that it looks like a rock shroom from Mario Galaxy. And as Pokemon trainers, they have their Pokemon do battle growing alongside them. That was a surprisingly nice, goopy animation from that muck. Good job. While a robust curriculum of coursework helps our students draw forth their fullest potential, it is within these halls that you will find your friends, your Pokemon, and yourself. We, the facility and staff at Uva Academy, can't wait to welcome you with open arms. Why is that part, why does that part move on its own, as opposed to waiting for my input?
Oh. This part's really cool.
There's the new
I wish
birds.
I could hear the game audio.
I mean, you can. Watch the stream.
Yeah, but I have it muted because I would be hearing it twice.
Oh, I see. And now that'd be a bad thing to hear me more than once.
I mean, especially with a 5-second delay, yeah, that would be pretty wild. If it was in perfect sync, I could handle the echoiness. Like, that wouldn't be an issue. But, like, disjointed by 5 seconds would be driving me insane.
Uh-oh. 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 Mayday!
Have you ever heard of what's called a stupid ray?
Yeah, it's what I keep shooting at you.
No, there's an actual, like, handheld device that someone made that if you point it at them and pull the trigger, it'll play back anything they're saying in the direction of the gun.
That's not
a
actually
slight
a
delay,
ray.
but
All
like
that
a
is just
2-second
playing
delay.
back sound. Yeah, it's less than that, I think.
It
I think it's
completely
0.5.
discombobulates the language centers of your brain and makes it incapable for you to speak.
It can be gotten around, actually. I've seen
Yeah?
stuff on it. It just requires a lot of focus, I believe. Must be a nice breeze out there.
Wow, that is some nice curtain physics.
It is, yeah.
For Pokemon, that is like above the board.
Also, you can tell that we've clearly had more stickers than those on there. These are just the latest set we've had up.
Yeah, had to scrape off some of the old ones.
Anyways, this is a nice entirety of the game, just watching us sit here and read the same page. There's definitely not anything we're supposed to be doing, right?
Nothing important, probably. Definitely not going to school for the first time. Or getting a Pokemon. Don't really need to do any of that.
Yes, it started saving before I could start moving. Thanks. Very useful. Oh. Yeah, alright, that. Little framiness on that bit. Just a smidge. Ew.
It keeps you from having to remake your character.
Ooh, yeah, I can see how this is just a smidge framey. My very own wardrobe adorned with Pokemon stickers. This house would be down in the lower part, but I can't see it. It's a new Nintendo Switch system. This one's got a bigger screen. Today on Ciudad Adventures, we'll see Mesa Goza, a city that's home to a well-known academy.
We have a freaking coastal
going.
house. Like a fucking beach house, basically.
Yeah.
Dude. That's the cool shit. I wish... Man.
This is literally just city adventures. Ciudad Adventures.
See,
Mom
the
built
only
these shelves
downside...
herself. What?
Living in this house would be that there would be no privacy. Like, if I had grown up
We
as
can
an only
get to that in a
child
fucking
this
minute,
house-
man.
What?
Jeez. Anyways, our mom built these shelves herself.
Oh, that's very sweet of her.
And yes, there is... Yeah, there's indeed no privacy whatsoever. The thing that I was going to bring up in approximately 2 seconds.
Sorry, jeez. My god.
It's a Squofit plush, made with care using nice, soft material. But we can't do anything about the squishy ball of a Toxicroak. Actually, is that a ball of it, or is that just an entire one? It does have a kind of long neck.
It's just an orb.
Ah, here for you to ponder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is not a safe room. Like, it's nice that it... Oh, right, I forgot I have fucking camera control. Jesus.
Don't forget to look at your mom's chest when you get downstairs.
Excuse you, rude.
I mean...
Anything in our trash can? Yeah, our adventure guide. Where it belongs. Anyway. I'm going back to bed. It's your soft, fluffy
Good night.
bed. It's got a lovely sun-warmed scent. Come on. Come on, lay down.
There's a Master Ball on the wall. Pokeball, Ultra Ball, and a Master Ball.
Wait, what?
Master Ball on the poster on the wall.
Uh, yeah.
That is a Master Ball. Don't know what that says in Paldean runes, but
I think it's the same. I think it's the same language that they've actually been using in other games. What that actually means, that Lord above only knows. Either that or like
no one's been able to
Omori only
translate
knows.
it.
I don't know. I haven't looked to see if anyone has.
I'd be interested to know what it says.
I don't know if it is intended to mean anything.
It very well could be. Or it could just be complete gibberish. Possible.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, this is just kind of unsafe, honestly. Like, I know
Like,
that
if you
houses are actually built like this, but you sleepwalk, there's a chance that you're just gonna step up and over this.
Yeah. That would be pretty terrifying.
I do have an options. Good, I can set my text speed. Get move learning. I can choose not to be prompted to teach Pokemon new moves. No. And the boxes manual, fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Autosave, I'm gonna turn that off. There's enough cutscenes for that? Okay. You can choose whether helping functions will be activated when you fall from a great height. Interesting. Okay. I'll save these.
So that's like if you want to go back to where you were at.
Yeah.
Which I don't see why you wouldn't, like, at least have it on, right? Like, could be helpful.
Okay, most of the buttons are not doing anything right now.
Like, if you don't end up using it, you don't end up using it.
Okay, clicking neither of the sticks does anything here. I was assuming that one of them would, like, center the camera behind you or something like that. Maybe it does that outside in the overworld. Hang on here. This painting is entitled Stretching Woman. It's enchanting. This painting is entitled Windmills in Sky. You can almost feel the invigorating breeze. One of your mom's houseplants. Careful not to knock it over. Oh, you know that she'd have a fucking day if you... Ooh. Good morning, Squovit. Ooh. Ooh. Hang on. Keep a close eye on our feet. Yeah.
This is fine.
That's how you walk, right? You just stick your feet entirely in the stairs.
Yeah. I don't see why not.
You just completely clip into the stairs. That's how that works, right? Just fully clipping. Almost feels like some of those are just like factors that are off by a couple of numbers. These cardboard boxes sure are heavy for being so small. What could be inside? Before juicing, it just emanates freshness. That's not what I... Patchwork light. Oh, I see. Done up with paper. Okay.
It's a box full of
What?
kilograms
Huh?
of steel.
Whoa. I think the camera just went through the wall.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, there's a 5-second delay, so once you react to something, I have to wait 5 seconds to see it.
Yeah, the camera went inside that wall when it tried to zoom in.
I see that now. Wow. So that's what Mom's room looks like.
I mean, I knew that she always liked, you know, some strange art style. Whoa. Oh dear. I think I might have a dying pixel on this TV.
Uh-oh. I can see it. I don't think it's your TV. It's in the game.
It's in the game?
Yeah?
Yeah, it's on the feed too. Huh. How weird. Maybe it's just like a tiny, like, portion of something sticking into this room?
Might be like a developer, like, object.
It could be, yeah. Anyways, you can see our hair and hand just clip in sometimes.
I noticed that. There it is. It's when she does an idle animation.
Yeah, certain idle animations. Okay, so yeah,
And
just
the dot is gone now.
Yeah.
So it's only at that one angle.
So yeah, given the way that
So we're getting some early Boundary Break content going. Shout out to Boundary Break.
There's a grand total of nothing out there. Wow, who'd have thunk it?
There was a dot. There was a dot out there.
Technically, okay. It's your mom's room. Better not go in there without asking. Ah, I see. They use the same rules that my mom did. Oh, I saw it for a second.
The dot?
Yeah. Oh, there it was. I saw it zoom across the screen.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is.
Developer object.
No, there's two of them.
There's two?
Yeah.
Hold on. We gotta wait a second for it to pop up on my screen. Oh, I see 1 and 2. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
Three?
think I don't think they're developer objects. I think they're just things that clip in. Where's the third one?
There's several if you look very closely. There's a handful of little dots.
I mean, I'm right up against my TV and I can't see other than the two. Outside the fact that I need to dust my fucking TV, but you know how it is.
Oh, okay, never mind. There's only 2. Those were smudges on my screen. Never mind.
Lol.
There's only the 2 dots. Yes. I was like, more dots.
There's too close together. So that means that they are probably set in a particular point in space. But what are they? They might be some aspect of the inside of the door, perhaps.
Hmm.
Hard to say.
don't know.
Because, like, it may not be fully, you know, it's probably not actually textured on the inside. There's no purpose in doing so. So it could be some aspect of the texture. Who knows? We'll leave that for people that do that stuff, like, halfway professionally.
Mm-hmm.
This
Who
painting
actually
is
know what the
entitled
fuck they're talking about.
Street, Midday. It depicts a beautiful town in a different region. What?
Yes, like a
Let's go back.
4.6 second delay.
Ah. Oh, look! They got a substitute
Give or
plushie!
take
They
about
got a
1
substitute plushie!
Oh yeah. And is that a sandwich? A hot dog bun? Looks like a.
No, I think it's paper.
No, they're rolls of paper. Yep.
I was trying to see if I could see more of the model of this locked box up here, but I think it's just a box. This room's just used for storage. You don't gotta go in.
Oh, and there's that too. If I had the stream's audio on, I would also be hearing my own voice on a like 3.5 to 5 second delay.
And we know that'd be awful.
That would
Lots
be
of flowers
awful.
are blooming in the backyard. That's neat and all, but that's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this houseplant. I'm very
The
notably
houseplant.
staring at the houseplant.
I mean, the houseplant
like-
is like in the vicinity of where the backyard would be.
Sure, but I'd put that at the window. Not like, you know, it's Quovid's bed. There's jewel stains on it.
It is literally a nondescript houseplant because there is no description. So it's like literally
Yeah, I
actually
can look
nondescript.
from here. Oop, I went inside the wall again.
Oop.
I don't see anything in this wall. Whoa, actually, wait. Hey! Check it out!
Oh, the inside
This
of
is
the
it.
shelf. That
Well,
it
yeah, this
has
is,
wooden planks on the bottom that you can't see. The inside of it is textured.
here we go. Here's
the
the inside
in-
of these paper rolls.
Oh, that's what we're looking at. Yeah, the inside of the paper rolls. That's exactly what we're looking at. The whole thing is fully textured. Oh, wow.
The inside of the paper rolls is not really modeled too much, but it doesn't need to be. But you can see that it's two different.
Like
you,
it's
you can see
actually
how
rolled
that.
up.
Yeah, it's almost rolled up. It's like partially done so.
Mhm.
That's not where the camera's supposed to be. Excuse me. Back out with you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see, you can see
it's
how
like
it goes
from
underneath.
certain angles. From certain angles, you can make the camera zoom in a little bit more by looking at stuff. You know, for instance, you know, like looking at a painting or something, and it'll zoom in a little bit.
Mhm.
And I think that helps get into
Adjust
stuff.
the camera, yeah.
Yeah, here we are back in the box. But you can already see that the model of the paper actually goes through it. Yeah, looks like it. But the thing is, most of the, yeah, that's interesting. I think it's mostly because the inside of a model is not going to have texture, so you're just going to see the outside through it. And we're just kind of peeking through the top of this part here. But, like, you can see how that's on the other side of the box here.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, because it should be sitting above that edge.
Right. It's actually going through the box itself. Or maybe it's just the angle we're at.
The shelf doesn't touch the wall.
Ah, it does not. It's not actually directly attached to the wall.
I can't get a whole lot closer to it, but yeah, that's not touching the wall. Mind you, that's essentially the thing you do. You don't actually want collisions if you can help it. You get things as close as you can without them actually touching. If they don't need to be touching, for things to be continuous, you kind of hover hand it. And
Yeah,
it's
you
good
see-
enough. It can just be anchored in space without weird clipping issues causing issues for, like, Z fighting.
I know enough about programming to know that that is 100% true, because like if you're making a game in Game Maker and you want to detect collisions, what you actually do is like detect out from like the width of your sprite, and when you say, oh hey, from the width of my sprite away, there's going to be a collision, right? And then you detect how far away that collision is going to be. So you're like, okay, that collision is going to be 6 pixels away, and if I go 8 pixels, I'm going to be inside the wall. So then you detect for every pixel afterwards, you say, am I hitting the wall? No. Am I hitting the wall? No. Am I hitting the wall? No. Am I hitting the wall? Yes. I'm touching it now. Now I can say I've collided with the wall and stop moving. So, like, yeah. You have to be very fucking precise. So
Yeah.
if you can get away with it not touching at all,
Yeah,
why
then
not?
you do it, yeah.
Yeah.
You can see at the top of this box, there's these little corner pieces, triangular corner pieces, but those don't actually extend down to the second set of wood. And I think the texture or the model is actually not fully triangular at that point either. Due to the way that it kind of, like, either something of the model continues without being textured or something, but it, like, goes behind the texture of the inside of the second layer of the box.
They're kind of overlapping and not perfectly aligned is what I'm seeing.
Well, it's due to the direction. They're all, like, separate pieces.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could adjust camera sensitivity so I could just make it, like, really not sensitive.
Yeah.
So I could actually make it just move in small chunks. Some of this is just due to, like, the inside of the inside textures of models. If when you're
kind of
inside
makes them
of it,
overlap
you don't
with other stuff.
actually see the outside of it. So they look weird, but that's fine because you're not supposed to see it.
Yeah, you're not supposed to see it from this angle.
Did anybody working at Game Freak think that I would be looking this closely at the wood texture? No, they didn't. But I am looking this closely to the wood texture, and can I say, it looks like wood.
It does.
Like, congratulations. It looks like wood.
It really does. Even up close, it's like, wow, yeah, that's wood.
That's wood grain, all right.
Yeah.
Though I do
100%.
find it funny how easy it is to see that, like, this is hover handing. Like, it just is.
What is hover handing? What?
The shelf in the wall.
Oh yeah.
How easy it is to
hover
say
handing.
that, like, yeah, that's not touching the wall.
Yeah, it's technically not touching the wall.
I'm not touching you. Whoa. Okay, that was interesting.
Huh. See, yeah, when you're inside of a texture, it kind of makes it overlap other textures. Yeah. So what we're seeing, okay, yes, you were 100% right. The paper overlaps the wood. See, it's actually clipping
but it's
the wood.
Yeah, but not by much.
Not as bad as it appeared when you were, like, inside.
Yeah, you can see from here that red paper does kind of clip through that corner. But the...
Not so drastically as it appears.
Yeah, the tan paper does not do so. And also, you can see that my camera is really pulled back here right now. Like, I'm not actually able to get in there. But when I clicked here, the camera just went way in. And then it stays here. Which lets me get into the wall.
Yep.
Which actually sets the camera to a certain distance. Because we're able to get closer to it. But at a certain point, it'll realize that, oh, hey, camera's not
trigger.
supposed to be here.
Yep.
You'd really think that they would have collision on the camera to make it not hit walls.
Very interesting.
Whoop. We've gotten close enough to the camera that our character has disappeared. Whoa! We've made our character disappear!
Look who might be showing up soon. I knew he was gonna appear.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
He's awoke. The
made
sleeper has
dinner,
awoken
so
him?
that's... I think he's been awoke. He was probably hanging out with Fam and making dinner, it looks like.
Makes sense.
Yep, he made chili, and it looks
an instant pot. That looks real nice,
delish.
actually. But, bruh, do you see our character anywhere? Because, you should. Here, I'll give you a hint as to where our character is.
Are we inside the character?
No! We were close enough to the camera that it despawned that. But then...
Oh my. Okay.
Moving with, like, small enough movements, I think.
Keeps it from reappearing.
Keeps it from respawning.
Mm-hmm.
But getting more than a certain distance from the camera, like over to the side,
Okay.
makes it come back.
Yeah, the shadow.
Yeah, the shadow's still there, but our model has vanished. Or perhaps it's just culling it, essentially.
Illusion 100.
I don't know, 99 perhaps. Still gotta get rid of the shadow.
Yeah.
Shadow. And then we reappear again.
That's true. A shadow would be a pretty dead giveaway. Although the shadow doesn't
I think some
seem
of
to
it is
follow...
also because the camera is also slightly in the wall when we do this.
Mhm.
Because you can see how the camera is moving as we do.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that I'm not touching that stick and that stick doesn't have drift on this. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we managed to keep the culling on the model.
Poop.
So yeah,
I can...
you can kind of see some of the graphical tricks that they used when you have the camera zoomed in on, you know, like this. That the player was probably not supposed to be able to see very much of, but like, it is unfortunately the perils of when you give someone a free-floating camera and the ability to be at a zoomed-in thing, and the camera does not, you know, automatically bounce off of walls. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, yeah. When moving the camera further away from the wall, that made us pop back out. Really stutter step this. But it's only, like, against the wall. Because if the camera moves away from the wall, we appear again.
So, I will be right back. EJ wants me to run to the burger and ice cream shop and get her a milkshake.
Okay.
Shouldn't be, what, maybe 4 minutes?
Yeah, right.
They're pretty quick with the ice cream. The burgers and the fries take longer, but not really the ice cream. But yeah, actually, give it more like 6 minutes, because they gotta mix the milkshake.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright, be right back.
There we go. There's the angle I was looking for. Okay. So right about one board down from the right part of the window. Okay. Lets me get right up into this box. Lets me see the insides of the models that they don't want me to see. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to do this and actually see closer to the textures of the wow, really? Huh. In order to see inside the textures of the substitute plushie, but, well, you know. Oh well. Hey, you can really see how, like, you know, almost none of the stuff is actually attached to the actual wall. Okay, so there's a certain distance that it allows you to get close to the camera, but you can get far out from the camera. Yeah, okay. Right about on this spot right here, you can look out into the backyard and get inside the box. Neato. Alright. And also get into the wall, because, you know, camera shouldn't be able to have collision with walls, right? Anyway. Come on down to every which way, every kind of sandwich, any way you want. Our subs are handmade by pros and perfect for picnics. Are they now? Honestly, this could probably, like, upscaled, that could probably make it not, you know, it would not make an awful desktop background, really. Yeah, with our player character essentially having removed themselves. Whoop, alright, there they go. Can I sit on the couch? Let me sit on the couch. Dang. Ooh. Hey, don't do that. I don't need you stuttering like that. Ooh, hang on. Okay, so there is a lower bound as to how far down the camera can go, and that's probably for the best, even though they don't have skirts in this game. can't seem to get any further this way. No. It stops me at this angle, so it stops me on the left side, but it didn't stop me on the right side. That's interesting. Guess that's just kind of oversight. Hey, please don't do that. Yeah. So this left wall just has more wall nature to it. Hello. That sure is a, that sure is a low quality, Pikachu texture. Is that on? Is that on the fridge? It sure is. I can see how they did the fridge model at least. Stop that. I can't go any further down than that, dang. Hello, Squovit. Hi. Oh, ah, dang. Put me in a cutscene. Good morning, Mom. That's a really cute, cute design on the front of the apron. A little with a Pokeball in it. That's cute. Yes, we are indeed in our uniform. I'm pretty sure that if we weren't, you'd send us back up in order to put it on. Might want to cool your engines before you go racing out the door. Yeah? Oh. Wait, the school said that I can start school late? Heck yeah! Their words, not mine. Apparently something very important that hasn't arrived. That's the doorbell. Why do I have to get the door? I wanted to look at these peppers, if you don't mind. Can I look at these peppers? Can I look at these peppers? Oh hey, it's that same, that's that same, crate model. Twice. Lots of fresh, juicy looking fruits. There's sandwich ingredients in this fridge. Heck yeah. That's a older style microwave, isn't it? Yeah. Full on dials. Oh, an induction stove. Fancy. Not a bad place, actually. Yeah, that sure is a texture taking up the top part of the screen. That's not what I'm facing. Ah, there's nothing on that. What? Excuse you? Excuse you, you're supposed to wait for someone to actually answer the door and open it. Very rude. What are you in, a Pokemon game? Oh, wait, hang on. Do forgive the intrusion. You are Master Fire, yes? On behalf of the Academy, I must apologize for the late arrival of your enrollment documents. And also for the delay in introducing myself. I am the director of Uva Academy. You may call me Mr. Clevel. Alright. You must have bought a whole lot of Pokeballs in order to have your entire team in Premier Balls there. Actually, I'm gonna agree, Mom. That is a surprise. And, you know, essentially the principal of the whole school coming over to help. Also, Sklovic, get out of the kitchen. How many times have I told you? Well, I am responsible for the entire academy, including any failures on its part. So here at last are the enrollment documents that should have already been delivered to you. In a bag. Okay. You really needn't have. Since you've come all this way, can I at least offer you a cup of tea? No need to trouble yourself. I have a thing to do to discuss with the director here. Mr. Clavel, if she pulls off a sandal, start running, and fast. Why don't you head up to your room and finish getting ready for school? You'll need your bag and your hat. Now, Mr. Clavel, you simply must join me for a cup. This way. Oh, I see. We must have come from Galler then. Well, how can I refuse such a kind offer? Something tells me that she has harsh words for him. No need to concern yourself with me. Go on. Yeah, methinks that she's having some harsh words with him. The good thing is, though, there is no actual, you know, there's no, like, with everything being so open, yeah, we'd be able to hear it all from here. It'd echo through the house real nicely. Real nicely. But I guess we'll put on our hat. It's not gonna look very good on us. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, nah, that hat's coming off real soon. Yeah, I know. I can't actually open the menu to change how we look. Or at least we can clip through the stairs. Hi, yes, this hat looks awful on me. When do I get to take it off? Yes, the uniform of our storied academy suits you quite well indeed. Oh, gracious, how very careless of me. I'd entirely forgotten I'd something else for you, Master Fire. A most important thing. But your living room is hardly the place for it. Would you care to follow me outside? I don't know. Hi, Squovit. Alright. Let's see how the overworld is gonna run. Bet it'd run better if I overclocked this. Well, for the cutscene, not badly. Yeah, now that hat is leaving. Right then, dear Pokemon, time to come out of your Pokeballs. What? How come you're allowed to have 9? We provide each student entering the Academy a Pokemon of their own. I'll ask you to choose which among these 3 you'd like to have as your partner. Sprigatito, the grass cat Pokemon. Fuecoco, the fire crop Pokemon. And Quaxley, the duckling Pokemon. They're all very good company. Why they usually refuse to even leave my side. So, about that. What's this? So it turns out they're more interested in you, Master Fire, than familiar old me. I see how it is. I do wish I could stay and see which one you'll choose, but I must be off to my next home visit. I'll be at the house just over there. Take your time with your decision, then come find me once your mind is made up. Now, if you'll excuse me, until next we meet. What a mannerly fellow that director of yours is. Well, I mean, mannerly once you, instilled some manners into him. Honestly, just, walking into the house. These 3 are all lovely, but you need to choose just one, right? Not an easy task. Walk around and get to know him. Oh? You got us something? Whoa! We got ourselves a phone. Thanks, Mom. There must be lots of Rotom out there if they can just be in everybody's phones, or most people's phones, or even some people's phones. That's still a lot of Rotom. It's a brand new phone. According to the instructions, you can check the map app by pressing Y. Whatever the Y button is, it'll help you from getting lost, so take good care of it, yeah? There's a reason why there's a case on it. It seems like we just moved in here, and yet already she can't wait for the house to be empty. Oh no, Mom, I'm trampling on your lettuce. Hello. Nope. That's the opposite direction. Thanks. Yeah? You wanna... Hello? Hello? Thank you. How about you? Yeah. Well, you're very eager, but I was trying to talk with the duck, actually. Hello? There we go. I think I know which one wants to be with me. Ooh. Hello. Oh man, look at that ocean. Oh, wait, hang on. Dang. look at those waterfalls over there. I got an antidote. Okay. There's no PC in my room to pick up a potion from. Huh. A little low res, but that's definitely a palm trade. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, back way into the house. Ah, it's just a storage room. There's a potion. Yeah? What do you think about it? That's good. What? Oh, I see. So these are solid? Uh-huh. There's an item there. How do I get to that? Can I get to that? I bet no. Because there's no way for me to jump or climb so far. If I can tell. Okay, right. Okay. Okay. This is my maximum zoom level? Huh, okay. Now, how do I get down there? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Oh, there's something down there as well. Is that a TM? I think so. I can see the golden ball for it. Huh. Can I pull some sick moves and get down there? I don't think so. It's a little over my head. I don't think so. I'd probably have more luck trying to slip between these. And I think the angle on that's too obtuse for that, really. Yeah, I think so. Dang. Okay. Oh, but there's an item up here. Hey, when do I get to do more than walk? Oh, Pokeball. Well, if I were to be Nuzlocking it, this would be the time where it'd start, technically. I really don't want you walking up that tree. That's a shame. You should be able to walk up that tree. And this rock. Let me walk up the rock. I get it, I'm in fancy school shoes, but like, if I can clip into the rock, I can walk up the rock. Yeah, yeah. Not quite. Dang. Yeah. Wow, our feet sure did clip through that. Alright, nothing in the mailbox. Well, we are supposed to be heading down this way, so I guess we will. I don't know why our camera suddenly zoomed in. Yeah? Why'd you... What the heck is the camera catching on that does this? Weird. Alright. Yeah? Where'd you go? Well, one of my starter options just vanished. Just ran off and vanished. So, about that. Oh, there. No, there it is. Yeah. Okay. The ocean sure is looking awfully nice. Got that real sparkly look. Got a little island in the middle of it.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. He's thirsty. Poor little guy.
There's probably a bad joke I can make about that, but I will just not. Ooh, there's an item out on that island, but it's too bad I can't get there.
The cat water bowl was dry.
Ah.
And now they're crowding the water bowl. Those poor babies. Well, we've seen life signs from Brindo, so he may show up soon.
Yeah, hopefully. Unfortunately, I think he's gonna miss out on the introduction of his character.
Yeah. That's alright. You'll have many more.
Wait.
Oh.
Wow. The spring uniform looks not good. Does it get that cold in the autumn? And wait, hang on. Okay, so in spring you're still wearing long pants, but in autumn you're still wearing shorts. But you just put on a vest. and long sleeves. But you don't wear the vest in spring because
Well,
it's become warm enough to not need that, but you still wear the long pants.
I would still be wearing the pants in the autumn, but I could see an argument being made that your legs don't need to be as covered as like your torso to retain your warmth. So I mean, yeah, I
suppose.
can see that.
The winter one actually does not look that bad. That outer jacket does not look too bad.
Very heavy at all, no.
It doesn't look very
It can't
heavy,
get that
no,
cold.
but you're layering. You've got the shirt, you have the vest, and then you have the jacket on top of it.
Mhm.
Like, you know, they're still the same, you know, probably fairly thin school pants. Like, that's, you know...
Well, you see, I've got a flight jacket, and on the coldest of days, I sweat wearing that thing.
Leave it to Pokemon to give the fucking chunkiest looking sneakers out there.
Like, I wore that flight jacket on a day that it was snowing and below 0. Me and EJ got in the car, and before the car even warmed up, I was sweating.
Oh, and we can have gloves, too. I'm not going to do that. How do I remove them? Do that instead. Oh, okay. Little round canvas bag.
Oh, jeez. Sorry.
I don't know, the leather one doesn't look too bad. School helmet. Uh-huh. Right. You know, just going to a school that requires you to have a uniform helmet. Yeah,
Wow,
no.
I thought surely with the release of Scarlet and Violet, we'd have more than 0 viewers.
I mean, if we have one viewer, it's you. But also, like, it's a thing of, like, everybody is, you know, everybody's
Doing
streaming it,
it, yeah.
or everybody is watching it, so. Yeah, the big streams get the big views, and the smaller streams don't get them. It happens.
Yeah.
Shrug. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's hard to break in on almost any front.
Mm-hmm. Similar to YouTube.
Quite frankly, yeah. In the exact same way, actually. Personally, it's just a thing that I don't bother with. Really.
Worrying about.
Yeah.
It's not that
It's-
it matters. I just figured we'd have more than 0.
You know, quite frankly, the best thing you can do is just, like, not actually pay almost any attention to the amount of views while you're doing things.
Mhm.
Like, maybe afterwards a little bit, but, like, just don't focus on views because, like, Oh.
Like I
don't
said,
want to do that.
it doesn't really matter. Just, you know.
Okay, I see. There we go. There we go. Now we've gotten rid of the hat. Apopoco. The little cobble. I should know the word. Whoa! Whoa! Ho! 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 All right, now we're cooking with gas. Now we can move it more than just a crawl. Now we're talking.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, there's an item behind that tree, and it's taunting me. Because there's no way for me to get there.
I never even noticed that.
Also, technically, if I were doing a Nuzlocke, it would have already started, literally before I got the first Pokemon. Because there's a Pokeball already.
You get Pokeballs before you get Pokemon. In this game, who'd have thunk?
Yeah. Okay.
The future is now.
This is not a bad run speed. This is a perfectly usable run speed. Ah.
Now try doing it at 15
Very
frames per second.
quiet. I'm hunting Pokemon. I can't do the voice.
Nor can I. No worries.
It'd be better if you didn't keep moving the camera. Yeah, alright. That's a pretty slow sneak rate we can do. Or we can move at a speed that is literally faster than our normal walking speed while crouched. And while we are standing...
It's slower, yeah.
I think our default walking speed right now is actually a little bit, yeah, like the lowest walking speed is actually a little bit higher than our walking speed was before.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I am like just barely moving the stick for this. Yeah, this is the bare edge of actual movement. And it's already faster than the movement was before. But then of course we have full send.
It's okay.
Anyways. Hi. This is Cabo Poco. It's not much, just a little pinch of community, but it's home. Yeah? Okay. Nice hair. Excuse you! That is the wrong phrasing! The power of science. Nah, technology. You can't replace, no,
The power of Scientology.
Nah, hold on a second there.
That French fry tasted like a potato chip. It wasn't crunchy. No, but listen, French fries have a different taste usually. Like there's more meat to it, whereas a potato chip is just like a hollow husk of a potato. It's fried, so it's
And
changed.
today, we have Magey's opinions on potatoes.
Removing flavors. And my wife is over here arguing with me about it. As if I don't know what I'm fucking talking about.
Wow, they walk you a significant distance away from this little bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
They seem
you know,
to really do that. In this
yeah.
game.
I mean, I guess it makes sense because there are games where you can try to get past certain
Those barriers, yeah.
Yeah. Like SMT5 has a thing where if you're moving quickly enough, while trying to get past a couple of barriers that try to make sure that you've done a couple of things, if you're moving fast enough, you know, running fast enough in between the point where the barrier is and the point where the barrier stops being, you can kind of slide by if you just like buffer by going to the home menu and back. Essentially like pause buffering sort of thing, but just going to the home menu and back, and you can just bypass those barriers. You have to go back and still do those things, or else the final boss or the boss of the area won't, you know, happen, and you'll mess things up. But you can use it to skip a couple of certain cutscenes and stuff.
So
The
nice
first
little time
one-
save.
Yeah, I mean
If you're doing a
it's
speedrun.
depending on what you're doing in that speedrun, it's either a 2.5 hour one, or it's a fucking like 9-hour one.
Oh God. Ugh. It's like the difference between the ratio difference between Pokemon any percent and Pokemon any percent glitchless.
Yeah, yellow any percent, 0 minutes. Any percent glitchless, 2 hours.
Any percent Pokemon fucking gold and silver is insane. 8 minutes. It's 8 minutes. And the tech that goes into it, and by tech I mean like speedrun strats. The strats that go into that, fucking insane. People all over came together for this.
Well, yeah, I mean that happens at speedruns.
The level of the, like, depth that speedrun has, I can't even begin to explain how complicated it is. There's so much that goes into it. RNG manips, you know, fucking
I can't
box
there.
number pointer exploits. All kinds of shit. It's mind-boggling. I highly recommend Abysssoft's video on the Pokemon Gold and Silver speedruns. Because, boy howdy, that is a doozy of a speedrun.
Yeah, in comparison, the SMT5 speedrun is pretty straightforward. But seeing those little clips is still, you know, it's not bad.
Yeah.
One of them lets you skip a particularly annoying mini boss, a demon that otherwise has the power to very much wreck your day.
Wreck your shit. Yeah.
The other one essentially lets you go from like because like, you know, the overworld areas, it's split into 4 of them, and after the second and the fourth one there are like actual dungeons to go through. The second of these barrier skips lets you just not have to do most of the stuff in the 4th area and just go straight into the dungeon afterwards, all the way up to the end of it. Almost the end of it, because you still need to defeat 3 bosses in order to get 3 keys, in order to, you know, get a little further, but, you know, close enough. It still lets you, you know, get a lot of stuff earlier than you should.
Mm-hmm.
and it's still neat to see how they have how they figured it out. Nice place. Oh, and the Pokemon are gone. Oh.
There's some fast little buggers.
Yeah.
Like they were behind you, and then boom. How'd they get over there?
Who knows? he's traded. No. Not quite. Master Fire has yet to make his choice, you see. What a good crunch sound! Honestly.
Uh-huh. I love how Quaxly's like, just drop it. And he's like, okay. He's like, don't worry about that.
We haven't met, have we? I wish we had Brendo here because I can't do the accent like he can. I must
I'm not
say,
even gonna try.
I wasn't expecting to see you here quite so soon. I thought you'd faff about in your own yard for another hour or so. Hang on, Director. Is this who I think it is? Yes, this is our Academy's newest student, Master Fire. He will be attending as of today. So you're that kid that moved in up the road! I've been dying to find out more about you. I'm Nimona. Normally I live in the school dorms, but home is here. What do you say, new neighbor? Wanna be friends? You give me the option to say no?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be that kind of dick, but like, you give me the option to say no? Bold choice. Okay. Love that enthusiasm. We're gonna get along just fine. Miss Demona is president of student council and a champion-ranked trainer in her own right. I absolutely love Pokemon battling. In fact, we should battle right now, you and me. Calm down. Chill. I literally do not have a Pokemon. Chill. Easy now. You two will be in the same class, so you'll have plenty of time to battle later. And get to know one another better, of course. What? Excuse me. Exactly what do you mean by that phrase there, Mr. Clavel? We're gonna be neighbors and classmates? Nice, we'll be able to battle all we want. Yeah, nah. More I see of it, you could literally just find and replace all instances of battle with something else, and this would be a very different game that I'd like to see the animations of. On that note, Master Fire, have you decided which of these Pokemon you would like to be your first partner? Nah, I'm gone. Ah. How big is this bubble? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So either it isn't uniform or it is centered like, behind the two of them. Huh. Oh, the fountain's a Dratini. I know, I just wanted to soak my good school shoes. I'm sure they're made of leather. I just wanted to go dip them in water and, you know, make them really bad. You know how leather does with water. Not good. Huh. Only the cat is actually turning to look at me. But not anymore. Okay, so the one that you were just like closest to, if you make small movements, will keep turning to face you. I see. Oh, and then it lost interest in me and turned back around. Okay, I see how it is. Okay. Ooh. It can use its plant powers to soak up whatever water you throw at it. It's plant powers, huh? You mean soil? Would you like to go with our good grass-type Pokemon Sprigatito here? Nah, I'm good. You'll see. Ah, there's the sun. Fry any and all plants in a flash. Well, I'd better not bring this one home to Mom. She'll be very mad if I do so. And I mean, it's in her name. You know, we're fire, so we should probably take this fire type, right? It's our type, you know? Uh, I'll be honest. I've been thinking for quite a while, and I have absolutely no damn clue what to call this. Not a single clue of what to call it. So, I'll keep the option open, but not yet. I don't have a name for it, so I'll keep thinking. That's a unironically good balance, Foikoko. Good job. You little doofus. Foikoko seems to have taken quite a liking to you, Master Fire. This is your first Pokemon, yes? Please rear it and raise it with love and care. And of course, be sure to keep it tucked safely inside a Pokeball. I can't believe you actually chose Foikoko. What a doofy crocodile. I mean, like, way to make the perfect choice for you. You two make such a good combo. I mean, it's in your name. Can I choose one of these two, Director Clavel? Oh, but did you not receive a Pokemon when you entered the Academy, Miss Nimona? Not back then, no. I had other Pokemon I was focusing on raising at the time. But now I want to raise a new one. Indeed, a rather splendid idea. And if you wish to raise one of these Pokemon on equal footing with Master Fire here, I shall be more than happy to allow it. Yeah. If you're so battle happy, how come you chose the one that's weak to me? Now that we've chosen our Pokemon, we have to battle! Do we have to? As you may have noticed, Miss Nimona is a tad overly fond of Pokemon battling. This is a tendency you may wish to try to train her out of. But I do hope you'll join her for a battle. It will help you get to know your own Pokemon as well. I can't interact with the duck anymore. Okay. There is actually something inside of the room, but not much. Like, there's some textures in there. Maybe even a low poly model or something. Well now. What a modern looking house. Ooh, we do not have much camera control in here, that's for sure. Hello. Wait, hang on. Ah. Nah, they've done good for the camera. Mostly because you can't actually do anything with it. Where does dust come from? I find it just as baffling as the things the Pokemon can do. Mood. Where does it come from? It's a cutting-edge refrigerator. But let's not go around opening other people's fridges. Ah, are they now? Hello, you are an entire Chansey. Are you sure it's a wise idea to let a bunch of Pachirisu have the run of the living room? just slid without moving her feet there. Gleaming Seas. Gosh, I wish I had a better camera angle on that. Couple of Finion, couple of Luminion, looks like. Anything else in there? Actually, there might be a Mantike up near the top. No, it's another Luminion, I think. Yeah, looks like. Sibling love, it's pretty charming. That is definitely a style that they're showing there. Alright. Fancy place, however, only servants inside. Huh. Ooh, that really just set us down on the ground, huh? There's another potion. Anything over here? Yeah, there's an item down there. And one here, another potion.
That was my fault.
Pulled your headset off?
No, he was nuzzling the microphone and breathing into it a little bit.
Ah,
Yeah.
there's another antidote. Hopefully it won't get poisoned that many times, you know, in the first battle. There's another potion. Quite a few items you can get before the first battle. That's nice. Wait a minute. There's an item on top of this rock, right up here. How do I get to that? Let me climb up the rock. Okay. I probably should not have been able to do that, but I'm down here on the beach now. There's another Pokeball. Can I... Is there a friendlier angle on this, perhaps? Looks like they're being pretty strict on the rocks. Wow. Aww. That lets you go a surprising distance into the water. Please, you would not be struggling that hard. Dang it. You would not be struggling that hard to wade. Yeah, I know. I'm doing everything but that. Ooh. That flashed in. That was weird. Another potion. You can really see the seam in that rock. I saw that one down here. Yep. Man, what a nice little nook. I would absolutely put up a chair here and use it to read in. Not on the beach, but it's like right by the beach. You set up over here, you can straight up see the ocean. The sound of the waves is gonna just go straight down this channel. You're kind of hidden from view, but if someone's talking above, you can still hear them very well. Yeah. Like, the sun is probably not often going to shine directly down into this. Yeah. No. I like that. Wait a bit. Okay, so this isn't... Despite what it looks, this is probably not a solid thing, because you still make probably something stretched, you know, some sort of fabric stretched across so you can still get sand through. Anyway. Yeah, okay. Auto heal. Potion of fresh water. Okay. In order of how much they heal. Okay. That's nice. Okay. Wow, alright. A lot of pockets in our bag this time. That's nice.
As opposed to like FireRed and Leaferine, where you've got a total of 3.
Yeah.
Or, you know, Gen 1, where there's a total of 1 pocket.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we have a neutral docile nature. Which is, kind of eh. But, you know, okay. It's not messing with our stats, but it's also not helping our stats. Special attack of 12. Our speed and attack stats are similar, which it's hard to tell at this stage, but we might have a low attack IV. Defense of 12, special defense of 10. Okay. I'm by no means an expert at looking at, you know, at being able to judge stuff at level 5, of course. Anyone can be a Pokemon trainer as long as they have Pokemon by their side. I guess. Well, I don't know. I suppose there's a difference between training Pokemon and being a Pokemon trainer. You know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, anyone can pour a drink, but that doesn't mean that anyone can be a bartender.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, I feel that that's more of a thing here.
Anyone can train a Pokemon, but not anyone can be a Pokemon trainer.
Yeah.
Even though that is literally what she says right there, is that anyone can be one.
Yes, that's
But,
what
like,
I'm saying.
Is it the boy?
What's up, fellas?
It's
Hello!
the boy!
Welcome in! I've only been waiting for 5 hours for you to get here!
Yo, sorry.
No.
Saw you guys in
I
here earlier.
No, I shouldn't have said it like that.
That's like, sorry, I saw you guys in there, but I was doing billing at the time.
Ah,
I had to do the week's billing, and then I started making dinner at like, I don't know, fucking like 6. Had that done 7 or 8. Then my niece wanted me to watch a movie with her, so
aw.
yeah, we watched Smile.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, is that a new movie?
yeah, it's a new horror movie. So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Very nice. How'd that go?
it was all right. It was an interesting movie.
Not too bad.
I like-
I don't usually go for horror. I find that it's hard for me to get into the horror genre. Only like
Yeah.
a select few really good ones, like the very like top standout. Horror
Yeah,
film.
I kind of agree. I'm more of like a thriller guy. I like movies that really fuck with my brain so that I don't know what's going on, so I don't get bored.
Mhm.
Like, but yeah,
Maybe
It
like
was-
a
it was-
mystery horror, something to like really rack your brain on.
yeah, like what the hell's happening here? And this
Mhm.
was kind of like that. It was pretty good. I watched a little bit of The Ring the night before, and then like went to bed.
Spooky.
Yeah, and it was kind of like The Ring in a sense. A lot of parallels, but and then The Ring's actually still playing out there. My niece and I started watching it like again, or continued watching it. Then I was
Right.
like, I should probably go see what my boys are doing.
Oh,
Anyways,
you
we're-
do care.
yeah. I'm live. I'm playing Violet, and we've just picked up ourselves a fire crocodile. I spent probably a good half an hour or more doing character creation. I found a way to clip the camera out of bounds, and we looked at the inside of some of the models up on one of the shelves.
Interesting.
But yeah, we were missing your voice acting.
Mhm. Mhm.
Neither of us can get the accent for Nimona.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Oh God. I told myself after last time that I was gonna try and like improve my accent a little bit. For concerns that it may be slightly problematic, and then I did literally no follow up on that.
I was thinking about that too. But I wasn't gonna
Well,
say
just
anything.
the voice on its own, even without the accent, is still better than I can do. I just send my voice upwards in hopes that it vaguely sounds feminine,
Right.
bypassing the fact that my voice is already pitched plenty high.
Right. Yeah, the mannerisms going.
Yeah. Also, from some of the dialogue I've seen, oh boy, she does love her battles, doesn't she?
I was getting those vibes. I was like, this is a fighter for sure.
I've seen
Somebody-
further bits of dialogue, and quite frankly, if you find and replace any instance of the word fight with any other word, it becomes a very different thing.
Interesting.
Mind you, I haven't seen all just, little screenshots, of course. You know how it be.
Hey.
We were currently discussing how she is incorrect about how anyone can be a Pokemon trainer.
Yeah.
Like, that's probably, like, I can see how she'd think that, but, like, just because you have the ability to train a Pokemon does not necessarily make one a Pokemon trainer. Like, you can
Right.
train your dog to roll over, that doesn't necessarily make you a dog trainer.
Or the other example that Dan gave was you might be able to pour a drink, but that doesn't make you a bartender.
Right. It is interesting, right? It's a very weird, specific job where you make your income by wandering the land, getting into like cockfighting tournaments, and then like beating up people and taking their lunch money.
It really is, yeah.
Yo, that's a apt description.
So it kind of makes sense, like, why most people would not do that when they could just like work a 9 to 5 or do anything else.
Yeah, because it's the thing of just like, oh, why doesn't everyone do it? Well, no, like, sure, probably a good majority of the population has a Pokemon,
Or
and it's probably just a Pokemon that stays at home and gets anxious about them until they get back home from work.
Or you could be.
Or comes in a Pokeball.
What were you gonna say, Austin?
I was just gonna say you could be, a distributor in the Pokeball industry where you could make Pokeballs that catch Pokemon 100% of the time, or you could make Pokeballs that, work to varying degrees,
really
and sometimes catch stuff.
Nah, but...
Damn hostile design. Planned obsolescence in the Poke industry.
Yeah, but
where's
you
my
have to consider,
representative?
You can't, like, it's probably actually very difficult to make Master Balls and stuff. Like, the ability to 100% catch something is probably, 1, regulated, and 2,
He watches the news. Dan watches the news. You see,
Yeah.
You see, the news is in the pockets of the Pokeball industry, Dan. Come on.
Yeah, Dan. All right.
All right, let me finish the fucking statement first.
I only watch Schmalik Schmones, and he reveals the forbidden truth about what's going on in the world. Okay. If you watched fucking Ninetales News, you too could understand these forbidden truths. Sorry, you were saying?
Right. I'm just saying that,
you
like...
You gotta vote for Bernard Sandile, everybody. Please. Vote for that man.
He is no longer asking. No, I was just saying that, like, there's a reason why it gets more expensive, and odds are good that just, like, 100% catch rate is probably technology that's most likely, hard to get to. And so, most places don't stock it because it's probably prohibitively expensive. So you're not going to have it at your standard, Devon Mart, place.
As soon as they get those new microchip factories going in Unova, all right, we're gonna be on the cutting edge, all right. They're gonna frickin' mass produce Master Balls, all right. There's gonna be no regulation. I've been informed that when Elon Musk, who still exists in the Pokemon universe, completely unaltered, becomes president of Unova. He
doesn't even have a special Pokemon universe name. He's just Elon Musk in the Pokemon universe.
Yeah, it's just him. He's gonna become president of the Unova region and personally use his Tony Stark Iron Man powers. We're gonna get mass-produced Master Balls.
But the entire region will catch on fire.
You gotta.
Though, to be fair, the west coast of it was already catching on fire all the time anyway, so...
He puts his faith in a billionaire instead of trying to seize the means of Pokeball production. I mean,
listen.
Look, you can go to Kalos and see the Pokeball, the Pokeball factory yourself.
Yeah, alright. It's real. It's happening. We're gonna mass produce them. We're just one step at a time. We just need a little more funding. All right, I'm a true believer. I've invested all my Pokecoins into it.
Oh my God, he's into Pokecoins.
He would.
What are you talking? It's the currency of the future. You're telling me you're.
They're gonna go to the Moonstone.
You fools!
Listen, the new market is gimme ghoul coins. All right.
Nah,
True,
he's
true.
invested heavily into hashtag Clef.
I try
That's
and
the new
diversify
thing.
my portfolio. They can't all crash at the same time, right?
Well, about
Listen,
that.
if we capture all the gimme ghoul in the area and then make them an endangered species, that makes the gimme ghoul coins less accessible. So we control the gimme ghoul coin economy. We essentially become gods of the economy if we can
Well,
then
up until your
worm
golden
our way.
goal, faints, and at that point you've rug pulled.
Yeah, that's true. Listen, that's just deflation. We need to reduce the monetary supply by just putting the fucking Gimmigholes in the box for a little while in the PC.
Exactly.
Just until the economy cools down. We're raising interest rates.
See, this man knows what's up.
Oh god.
This man took economy in high school.
Right. So like anyone can be a Pokemon trainer as long as they have Pokemon by their side. I'm trying to get back into how I was doing it, but I can't remember what it was. And so like basically it's our duty as trainers to help our Pokemon grow stronger through battles and stuff. Or whatever.
Whatever. I love those little bits.
So, are you ready to battle me, Fire?
Yeah, right.
Let's freaking go. Perfecto! I'm so excited. For this battle, I think I'll use...
Miss Nimona. I trust you remember that Master Fire is wholly inexperienced in Pokemon battling.
Man. What's up, teacher? Let's see. Whoops. Good call, director. I was about to send out one of my usual partners right off the bat. But I guess I'll take this chance to try out my new buddy instead.
I'll have for some reason, even though she's already a trainer, she just gets to fucking get a starter.
I mean, there's a reason for it.
Why can't I have both Charmander and Bulbasaur?
Well, she already had Pokemon beforehand, is the thing.
We need to seize the means of Pokemon production.
Yeah.
Alright,
I mean, that's just eggs.
true. Seize the means of reproduction.
That's
Come on,
perfect.
Fire. Let's have a fruitful battle.
Because really, if you think about the idea of seizing the means of reproduction, that's kind of like a totalitarian concept.
A little
Like
bit.
it's a very dystopian idea.
Let's not worry about those implications for a moment. Instead, look at this cute little cockfight.
Oh my gosh, it's a tiny, cute little green little grass cat baby.
I know this is your first Pokemon fight, so let's just have some fun. Well, Coco looks so dumb.
So
He
derpy.
really does.
Absolutely
So
ridiculous.
Just a little dweeb.
He's perfect. I love it.
With the frickin' tooth and everything.
Yeah. I love how it does, you know, after it toasts the orange, it just goes for it, and you just get this little crunch sound. It's real good.
Crunch.
Anyways, let's toast this cat.
I wonder what a toasted
Oh.
orange would taste like.
You
Really
ate my
orange.
last- you ate my last orange berry, and now I'm gonna starve. You must have been studying up. Smart move. Fire is strong against grass.
You chose the fucking Come on. You chose the grass starter.
This is all an intricate plot just to get high off of Weed Cat.
Either that, or she wants to make sure that we win, so as, you know, she can make sure that there will be good battles in the future.
Speaking of getting
Yeah, she
high
doesn't
off
want
Cat.
to immediately crush us off the bat.
Well, she was gonna immediately crush us off the bat. She's gonna use one of her normal partners. I get star level 5.
Lol.
Hey, we're almost there. We're
Wow.
almost to Los Platos.
Not bad.
Okay, well, no. We're almost halfway. We're about halfway to Los Platos.
We're nowhere near that.
I like how she's playing with her little hair strand.
Yeah, it's cute. I
Look
like
at
how she's
you.
got green in her little hair flippies.
Yeah, it's cute. Winning your first battle ever. You've got more potential than I thought. You're gonna be a strong trainer for sure. But now I want to try a different strategy. Let's go again. Just one more battle.
Master Fire and his Fuecoco are surely weary already from that last battle.
I just swallowed a bunch of air. It wasn't like a painful swallow of air, but now it's like I got air in my stomach.
Oh, sorry, I got kind of caught up in all the excitement. I'm really sorry, Fire. Same to you, Fuecoco.
It's not like I didn't just knock out your grass cat anyway. Let's battle again soon.
I was singing the gym.
Oh, definitely. We'll definitely battle more. Kicking your ass, kid.
You two seem to be becoming fast friends, though you've only just met.
I like her freckles.
Can I count on you to take your new schoolmate here under your wing, Miss Nimona? I'm sure he can learn a great deal from a champion-ranked trainer such as yourself.
You bet, sir. Give this kid swirlies. Oh, that reminds me. Since you're new to training Pokemon, there's an app you definitely need. You got a smartphone, right? Okay, let me see it for a sec.
You all have phones, right?
What is it, an Android? Gross.
There's a road a minute.
The Rotom rotary phone. So the Pokedex will automatically register any Pokemon you catch. Well, they have an app for that now. It's a must-have for Pokemon trainers. It's like pay $2 for the paid version. Otherwise, you're gonna have to keep looking at ads. It's a super handy app, though. Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Jacques, actually made it himself.
Fancy. Back in my day, we used ordinary paper and ran handwritten notes to compile our Pokedexes. And we walked uphill through the snow both ways on our way to school. That's quite
Okay,
the
old
age we
man.
live in now.
I think the sun's getting to you. Let's go back inside, old man. Ooh, filling out a Pokedex by hand? I can't even imagine how much work that would take.
No, I suppose
Back
you
in
can't.
my day.
What the fuck does that mean?
Yet no matter how much the times may change, the wonder of meeting new Pokemon never does. That is truly a timeless pleasure. And the more Pokemon that you encounter, the more you'll find yourself growing and changing. Perhaps into someone that can appreciate the kind of hard work that goes into such a thing.
Okay, old
Smith
man.
still
Let's
gets
get you
excited.
back inside.
This man gets excited even after he's caught his 151st Ponyta.
I hope you
He's
will
like,
both
"This
work
is-"
hard toward the goal of completing your own Pokédexes. Back in my day, you needed to catch that many in order to properly study them.
Nowadays,
Now,
our technology instantly breaks down all of their DNA and tells you everything you would ever want to know about the species.
Now, Miss Nimona, I do still have a few matters to discuss with your parents. Whereabouts may they have gone?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck.
And can I depend on you to see Master Fire to the Academy? I don't want to see you engaged in another dozen battles between here and there. Understand?
Okay, but like, just like 2 or 5, right? Like,
You would be doing me quite the favor.
okay, leave it to me.
Then I leave him in your capable hands. Alright, little one. It's time you and I were on our way.
It's jiggly freaking head.
It doesn't get less jiggly.
Maybe I had to make a little more time to work on my Pokedex along with all my battling. Nah, that sounds like it's for nerds.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Only fucking nerds fill out the Pokedex.
True, it's pretty true. Speaking of Pokedexes, Fire, you probably never caught a wild Pokemon, right? I'll show you the ropes before I take you to the academy. Come with me. You gotta get that cherry popped.
And like that, she's gone. Somehow, I assumed that she would be more hands-on in her treating.
They're soft, supple, capable hands.
I mean, one of them's got a glove.
It's to protect the, it's to protect the skin. Ugh. The Fire Croc Pokemon. Its flame sac is small, so energy is always leaking out. Oh. Wah. This energy is released from the dent atop Fuecoco's head and flickers to and fro. Hey
No one
Dan, would
knows
it
where
be
this cat.
possible?
Hmm?
Would it be possible on your current setup to like simultaneously stream it in the Discord?
Might be able to. Probably should.
Yeah, so I gotta
It's
have it.
by
Probably
about
be a,
5 seconds.
I gotta have it muted on Twitch so I don't hear us talk. And also,
I
there's a little bit
gotta-
of a delay.
Let me pop out this preview and minimize it. That's not what I wanted. This one. Really?
In unrelated news, I
This one.
I was playing a little Pokemon Wilds before
Yeah.
my therapy session today. I got a little habitat made up for the Shuckles.
There we go.
Oh, hear the telltale sounds of Discord. Discord.
Oh God, no.
Sick fucks. Yes. Yes. I just feel a little more. Yeah. Well, I don't want there to be too much lag in between like when you like input stuff and file it.
Oh.
Oh my god, the little eyes.
The eyes point the direction it's going.
I thought Rotoms were legendary. And they just stuck one of those.
They're the original one. They're not legendary, but they were like unique in the sense of you could only get like one, but you could breed it. So I guess it was just rare, but apparently they're not rare, so that's overbreeding. So you know.
And they crashed the Rotom market.
They were so
I mean-
expensive. There was like a group of people who started breeding them and then releasing them into the wild.
Look, I mean, when you can do something that is, look, it made someone a lot of money.
Gonna make some investors very happy.
What about the other investors?
They can suck
They're
your dick.
investing in other stuff.
Yeah, they need to invest more smartly.
That's fair.
Okay, I think I have all the stuff from around here. Oh, right. Hello. Okay. Just as for both, huh?
I know you two were interested in Violet, so maybe I should pick up Scarlet just so we can.
Yeah,
cross
that'd
that
be awesome. And
bridge.
land play works for this game, so we can all
Supposedly.
play. Supposedly, it works.
Yeah, allegedly. Word on the
Though
street.
I don't actually know if that would work out because Brendo is actually playing legitimate.
Well, yeah.
Like,
all he
land-
needs to do is
No, because he'd have to connect to people playing legitimately.
no. If you use land play,
Land play does not work on everything if you're legit.
oh,
There's a reason why you need the man in the middle.
Mm.
Like,
I haven't.
for instance, it works for, like it works between legit and non-legit for things like Mario Kart because there's a key combination in order to enable, the close together stuff. However, for the really local wireless, however, not everything does that. Like Sword and
That's fair,
Shield
yeah.
did. I don't believe this one does.
Well, we're in time to pick up an extra switch for hacking.
True.
I hear Nimona will be taking you to school.
That's right, man. Leave it to me.
So you've already managed to make a friend. That's a surprise. Normally you
Yeah,
just
you're
kind
sick.
of, normally you just kind of sit in a corner.
Yeah, you're kind of a little dweeb, honestly. Not to, upset you or anything, but you're just kind of a
Getting
dork.
fucking dunked on.
I mean, I'll be honest. I almost mentioned that the way that Nimona immediately is just like, heck yeah, you're gonna be, we're gonna be neighbors. We're gonna be, we're gonna be classmates, and we can just battle every day, all day. Heck yeah, we can be friends. Just like within moments of meeting. Like,
Yeah.
it really kind of feels like the thing of just like, yeah, that's basically how, how introverts become friends, because an extrovert says, you, me, we're friends now. And
We're
that's
making
just
this
it.
happen. You don't have to like it, but you got adopted.
And I read about all the wonderful teachers you'll have looking after you at the school. Plus so many handy facilities you can use as much as you like. Add in your new friend Nimona, and it sounds like your school life is shaping up to be fantastic. Now don't wreck that by getting zeros and everything. We already had to deal with that at your last school.
I swear to God, I'll call your father.
Now, you'll be staying in the school dorms, so I want you to promise me you'll eat proper meals. You can't have mac and cheese 3 meals a day. Here's a bit of spending money to start off with. I also packed for lunch for your first day. Yes!
Oh, hell yeah.
Heck yeah, best item in the game. Well, make sure to have to, save this one for the champion battle. Really savor after I become the champion of the, of the league.
Yeah, by then though it's like all moldy and terrible, but you still eat it anyways.
Because it's a sandwich
Cheers.
from Mom.
Exactly. Tears streaming down your cheeks. I did it, Mom! I did it!
We put it in our key item pocket. It didn't go in the pocket where the food goes. No, this is a key item.
Yeah, this isn't
It's
just
special.
any sandwich.
This is advanced sandwiches.
Sandwich. Oh man, it's a hoagie. You got a grinder from Mom.
Which is interesting. Normally not an app she'd be on. But I mean, it did go public just earlier today, apparently.
So true, so true. We're learning a lot about Mom these days.
Oh, and maybe you'd better take these too. Thank you for the potions, Mom. Use them on that precious little partner of yours should it get hurt in a battle. But be careful bringing it home. I don't want it to burn my precious crops. I know every day in your new life is going to be full of exciting experiences far from home. Mom, it's not that far away. You could literally walk there, Mom. You could just take Squovit with you and walk to school. It's not that far. Plus, there's flying things. Like, you could, you've got a phone too. You could just fly to school.
You could just use the flying taxi to come see me. If you cared, Mom.
You don't care, Mom! You never care!
Outside of that sandwich you gave me, thank you for that.
Yeah, that was pretty dope. Never mind, actually.
Yeah,
Take back everything.
Fuck yeah, you know what? That makes up for it, 100%. Can I have another one?
Just try
Perhaps.
to savor them all, the good times and the hard times too. But if you ever want to come back home, you know your bed is always ready for you. That and the walls that don't exist, so I can easily see you in bed.
Oh.
Oh, alright then, you two had better be off, I suppose. Take care on the way to school.
Yeah, not your stupid little heads.
Mom knows all about savoring the hard stuff.
Damn, your mom's kind of a MILF. It's a little crazy. Oh, but I was going to teach you how to catch wild Pokemon. Come on, vamos. That means let's go. This way.
Anyways, that's gonna show you how we can clip through walls. The camera, that is.
Let's go.
The Twitch
Assuming it
delay
allows me
has the Twitch delay has doubled from 4.5 seconds to 9 seconds.
Ah.
But that's okay as long as we can see it. It doesn't matter if everyone else is 10 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you have
besides,
the
that's
rest.
actually surprisingly low latency for a stream. Really.
Yeah.
Anyways, so one, a thing I didn't notice before, substitute plushie.
That is pretty awesome. I was going to point that out.
But also, I believe it is right about here.
Yep.
You can see lots of flowers are blooming in the backyard. And if I do this,
Oh,
I believe I need
Yeah,
to
we've
come
been
back
trying to
just a
do some
smidge.
early boundary break shenanigans.
There we go.
You can kind of adjust the camera using the plant. If you talk to the window, essentially, like you'll say the
Personally,
flowers are
I've
blooming.
I've
that'll
been
adjust
adjusting
the
it by
camera a little
seeing the line in the wood where the board ends under our left foot.
Hmm.
That's where I've been using. But you can see
There
the
we
inside
go.
the box.
Yep.
Inside of this crate here.
See inside the rolls of paper and the box.
And like, it's not bad wood texture.
Yeah,
what's in
surprisingly
the
detailed.
box?
What's in the box?
And the paper is actually like rolled up. Like
Kind
it's-
of, not entirely, but
Well, it's
you
just
know.
because we're clipping through it. We can't see the whole texture because we're clipping through it. But like,
Well, it's
it's
I think it's technically two things. It's the round bit and it's the half round.
Mhm.
Part of which is clipping into it in a way that, wouldn't be visible from any angle. Because you can
Yeah.
see that, you can see that there's the round and then there's the half one underneath it. And I believe you can see it on this one as well.
we were also able to spot some like weird little white dots in the void that we're not really sure what they are. They could
Yeah.
be just random garbage based on it clipping. It could be like a developer object. I'm leaning towards it being just random shit because of the clipping.
Oh, also, about here.
Yep.
If I get the camera a little bit more over here, I can bring our character right up to the camera. 1, 2.
Boom.
Hang on. No guarantees. Yeah, that's what I thought. Kinda have to inch away. Hang on. No guarantees up until... Yeah! There we
is.
go!
There it is. Do you see?
See the little footprints.
But you don't see us, do
Illusion
we?
99. We're 100% invisible except for our shadow.
Level up. Oh. Ha. Oh.
Yeah,
Stealth
just need that not visible sign to be on the screen.
I said illusion 100, but then Dan corrected me and said illusion 99 because you can see the shadow. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of a dead giveaway.
Lol.
So
Up
like
un-
at night,
up until the camera like leaves a certain bit of the wall, then you become visible again.
it's something about the camera like slightly clipping through the wall, we think.
Interesting.
Anyways, in doing this, you can get into the wall here. And you see,
There's the dot.
I believe there's 3 dots this time. Ooh, fancy.
I think I do. What the hell is that?
I don't know,
Yeah, we don't know.
but you can also see our hand for a second.
It could be anything. It could be like some piece of the architecture that you can see the backside of. Even though they've like culled everything out, maybe there's like a point where like light can peek through or something. Or it could be like a
Yeah.
developer object in the
There's-
void.
I believe this is
I don't
the
think it's
middle
a
of the
developer
wall,
object though.
or some portion of the middle of that wall there. Ooh,
Interesting.
nice. This is a texture I'm not meant to see this side of.
There aren't many indoor places, and definitely not many that are this detailed. So this is like probably one of the better places to be doing this.
Well, it also doesn't work in a lot of other places.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
You can't really do it on the overworld.
like I tried doing it over on this side, and while you can get the zoom, get me close enough. There we go. Well, you can get the zoom. The camera actually doesn't go far enough into the wall. Like it actually stops before hitting the wall. So it works on the right side, but not on the left side.
Yo, what's on the TV?
Anyways, I think that this would make a fairly decent like background or something.
Oh, also, I took note of the fact that this nice, like, really cozy, like, moderately sized house, in my opinion, like, it's actually kind of small for a house, but, like, to me, if it was, like, just me living in this house, maybe with, like, 1 or 2 other people, it would be, like, pretty decently sized. And it's a beach house.
Also true.
Yeah. Though we don't have direct beach access, is the thing.
Well, we kind of have beach access. We can kind of get to the beach.
No.
Come on down to every which way. Every kind of sandwich, any way you want. Our subs are handmade by pros and perfect for picnics. I wonder what that could possibly be a reference to. Well, since we'll never know, let's all just forget about it immediately.
Yeah, who cares? We got a sandwich from Mom.
Exactly. It's the only sandwich that matters, you sandwich tempters. Sandwich harlots.
Study hard and play hard. That's what I say. You should enjoy your days as a student. They say it's the best years of your life. Because then you have to, be in jobs and shit. That always sucks.
You have to work for the rest of your miserable drone life.
By the way,
God,
these are those.
Lovely.
These are those same.
Yeah, it's the same texture, but it's stacked differently. It's like they took it and they made it wider, and then they stacked up more of them, or they rotated it.
2 of them.
Yeah, they rotated it and stacked 3 of them up.
No, 2.
2.
They might be actually slightly larger. Yeah.
Well, let's see.
The model.
Yeah, it's a little bit bigger.
A little larger. Yeah.
So they stretched it out a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, they just scaled it up.
Stacked 2 on top of each other and removed the middle boards.
No, actually, it's 2 separate ones on top of each other.
It's 2 crates that are just enlarged. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see how they're actually not perfectly lined up, and that's on purpose.
It's cool how it makes it look like almost a completely different model, like a completely different object.
It's through the power of placement.
Yeah, and sizing.
I was able to do something. There we go.
God, I love the tile in this kitchen.
It is nice.
Me too.
But look at
The school dorm also
there. Really nice.
The school dorm also has a really nice aesthetic.
God.
Anyways.
Oh, the brick on the railing? God, I wish that were me.
Yeah, but like you
Imagine
don't,
pumping your shins on it though.
Like there's this isn't a handrail when you actually it almost is going down. It isn't here. But by around here it kind of can be. But like up here there's nothing protecting you, like running around a little bit too much. Whoops. Up and over.
I don't want to be protected, Dan. I want to practice my ninja skills. And if I break my shins, so be it.
Whoa! Oh, the pirouette's still in!
Oh!
Yo, what?
I didn't even know!
Very nice.
But we don't strike a pose afterwards. We just...
Stumble.
Yeah, we just act dizzy.
My God. That's lovely.
I mean, the pirouette kind of has to be in because if alchemy is gonna be in, I don't actually know. I like how it almost goes to the striking oppose from like Gen 6 and 7, and then just like biffs it. And it's just like,
Yep.
But also like, there's no privacy up in this room. None at all.
Yeah. How are you gonna
No
fap?
privacy.
Mom's in the kitchen and you want to fap. What are you gonna do?
I mean, like, the amount of walls up in any place is not very high. I mean, even in the middle of the night, like, Mom's room is directly below you.
Well, at
Yeah.
least you'd hear her before she'd see you.
It's
I
true.
mean, there is
yes.
the bathroom.
It is very open
Wherever it
concept.
is here.
It's a problem for you.
Yeah.
Me, I can jerk off anywheres. But if you're not a professional, such as myself,
I mean,
I can see why that might be off-putting for the novice
listen.
masturbator.
This is a world in which Gardevoir are not only a real thing, but are something that you can just catch and store in a pocket.
Don't.
Wiping the beads of sweat off my brow with the fucking... Ew.
So,
So
You know.
We could start a new like franchise. Pocket waifus. Or
I feel like there's a lot of unsavory connotations. I'm now regretting saying anything, actually.
pocket wife.
oh my gosh! It keeps going if you keep spinning!
Oh my god! We're reaching levels of thrust that shouldn't even be possible. Oh my god.
I mean, Moemon isn't that far off from fucking pocket waifus.
Okay, but
Yeah,
like,
but that's
maybe
not
let's not
official.
talk about the concept of selling them, yeah?
I didn't say anything about selling them.
You said starting a business about them.
No.
What were you planning on
new
doing?
Franchise. No.
Oh, it's a game
A new
franchise?
video game franchise.
I feel like
Pocket wife.
I don't know how everyone's gonna feel about that.
I
Hopefully
think
that's distinct enough that I don't get
I
sued
feel like
into
the
oblivion.
fact that Gaben Simulator sold. I mean, that was an example of like one of the joke games that actually like pushed people over the edge, where they were like, enough is a fucking enough.
Yeah, but I also feel like Nintendo is way more litigious
Yeah.
than Valve is. I feel like it would not take as much to grip their trigger, so to speak.
Well, I mean, if
Oh.
I just made a Pocket Waifus franchise and sold them, sold the game.
Right.
You'd have to be like, you know, making brand new, well, waifus.
Yeah. Well, someone
I don't
could
know.
do it. Maybe
I don't
not
know
me.
that I have that level of waifu creativity in me.
No. 151 waifus. Pocket waifus. Also,
Listen,
there's
you'd-
a special
you'd
one
need
that you
an
can
awful
only
lot of
get if you
time
go
in
to
between the
events.
design for each one. Is all I'm saying.
Huh?
If you properly design them, you're gonna need a lot of time in between the design of each one.
1001
Yeah.
waifus.
You finish the
101
you
waifus.
finish the design of it the next morning. You fall asleep after, you know, just like, yeah, I gotta do quality quality assurance on this. Wake up the next morning. I think the hair should actually have a little curl in it. Yeah, there we go. Just
What
to
it's
make
all
sure that
about.
your job isn't cut, overnight. I mean, 1001.
Right? Exactly. Alright. This here is Poco Path. It's the path that leads to adventure for you and me. Am I saying that right? Can we get the camera back? Is that all right, Professor? Out here, things are different than in town. You're gonna see wild Pokemon out and about. We're just trying to do this like promotional thing for the campus. You're gonna see wild Pokemon out and about. They'll be on the path and in the grass and such. And such? Is that really what we're going with? Okay.
Miss
Well, I'm
Nimona,
not
we
the
only
director.
have the one pass.
Get too close to one, and you'll have to battle. But you've got Fuecoco for that, right? Well, we can get like an editor, right? I mean, like, how much could that cost? And if you want to try and catch Pokemon, you gotta use...
If you wish to pay for it out of your own pocket, Miss Nimona.
A good old Pokeball. Registered. I've got tons. I have a few.
Shame they don't actually put it in our hand.
You obtain
Yeah.
5 Pokeballs.
You put the balls in your bag's balls pocket.
Which be tripping balls.
Mad
Whatever
balls,
happened to
rather.
that comic? Is that comic still doing stuff?
Oh god, I think I know what you're talking about, right? Like the Gen 1, like the little parody comic.
Yes. But they do video game comics in general. I know who it is. I just feel like it's a little cringe, but it's VG Cats.
I was gonna say it's like VG Cats does like the main comic, and then they also did the Pokemon. I don't remember.
I
Right.
think they're still around. I don't know. It's not a thing.
They
I don't know when the.
are still around.
I'm gonna be honest. The last time I remembered looking at the Pokemon comic was like back in 2015, and I don't know like when they had last updated it before that. So. Oh, what luck!
They're still updating. They did Breath of the Wild comics. I don't know when their last update was, but
Yeah, but I don't know if they updated because that other one was like a side comic. I don't know when they.
oh yeah,
updated
yeah.
that.
He discontinued that.
Sag.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
All right. I think I already read this one. Okay. Time for some learning by doing. Try battling this Lechonk, Fire. Hello, I am Lechonk.
He
I
just
admit
jumped
they
me
go.
forward 10 foot.
You had to like leap into it. You can do it! I believe in you! Words of affirmation! This music is so upbeat.
It truly is.
But almost like in a game show way. Like,
Yeah, kinda.
oh, circling back, I forgot to like mention this, but I was thinking back earlier when we were talking about like the weirdness of being a Pokemon trainer, but I liked the implication in the earlier gen games where it was implied that like everybody kind of just had like a phase where they like were a Pokemon trainer. And so it's like you're telling me like every 12-year-old just gets like a fucking like mythical animal in a dream and is like just left to like wander the world at large until they get bored or like become successful. Like who is supervising this?
Yeah, he's taken down super effective completely. 100% like down.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Guess I'm not surprised.
Maybe he got DMCA'd by Nintendo.
Could be. If it got big enough, it's possible.
Well, he discontinued it like a long time ago.
Yeah, maybe he was just tired of giving it airtime on his site.
Could be.
Like before 2014, he discontinued it. I know it was before 2014, so.
I do not wish to call this just ham.
So like, I don't know, like 10 years ago.
But we could.
We could.
Oh, call it Hamon.
Yes. What, with a J?
Yeah. Avi. And we're not calling it just ham. It's the world's most expensive and well-known ham. Hamon, what's the name of the region again?
Which direction does the,
Let me
which
fact
direction
check
does
that
the
for
one
you.
on the O go? Is it left or right? I think it goes to the right.
Yep. Hamon.
No, wait. It wasn't in his super effective comics. I remember now. It was in his actual archive. It was one of his comics, like in his main comics.
Also, names are open game as far as our starter goes. I've been trying to think about that for days and have not come up with anything for a name yet, given what it becomes.
Lord. Hala, that was awesome. You got the very first Pokemon you went for. I'm crummy when it comes to actually catching Pokemon. Maybe you should give me tips.
Miss Nimona, you literally gave him the correct tips. Battle it
I like to
until
imagine
it's
that she-
weakened, then throw the Pokeball.
I like to imagine she gets way too into it and just KOs every Pokemon she tries to catch.
Honestly, probably. And that, Miss Nimona, is why you do not send a level 50 Pokemon out to catch a level 5 Pokemon.
But Teach, I never want to hold back. I always want to fight with my full strength.
But you do wish to actually obtain this new Pokemon, yes?
What do you say? I'm not sure I'm following. Anyway, add some more Pokeballs just in case. Not every catch works out. Probably like 9 out of 10 of mine don't work out.
Ah, so good. We get a grand total of 1 catch out of these. Thanks, Nimona.
Listen, that's only assuming we have the same catch rate as her. We have to be better. Weaken the Pokemon, then throw the Pokeball. Remember that? You'll be fine.
But do
then
not weaken
reiterate
it
it.
too much, Miss Nimona. There still needs to be a Pokemon left to throw the Pokeball at.
Listen, I like only turned one into paste like one time. It was like a one-time thing, and everybody's like coming after me for it. Like, hop on my jack, okay? It's like, whatever. Okay. Now, go battle those wild Pokemon and catch some of them. Let's meet back up at that lighthouse over there. You can see our school from the very top. The Pokemon you see wandering around in tall grass, caves, and elsewhere are... Austin, we were doing a bit. You let me down. What happened?
Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry.
I waited.
Wild Pokemon.
When you run into a wild Pokemon, a Pokemon battle will begin. You can also start a battle by looking toward a wild Pokemon and
Throwing one of your Pokeballs.
at it by using the...
CR button.
Try this tactic out to battle Pokemon that are up in trees or flying in the sky.
Right.
How many pig-themed Pokemon are there at this point?
I think just only technically 4, 2 lines of them. No, wait, hang on. No. Because there was the Gen 5 start. Gen 5? Yeah, starter line
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there's
with Embor.
yeah, there's Embor, Sproink, Lechonk.
The evolution of Lechonk is apparently Oink alone.
I Oink alone. Pokemon, give me some advice. I'm not great at the actual throw the Pokeball part.
That's that's why she has the that's why she has the brace on. She just overthrows the heck out of it and overextends her wrist all the time.
Yeah, that's why she has the brace on. That's what the repetitive motion injury is about.
Yeah.
Okay. Amona, I don't believe you at all. I don't believe that that's why you have the brace on. I just want you to know that. You know what's going on in the dorms. I know what's going on. I'm not.
We got an adamant pig.
Stubborn as a boar.
It has gluttony though, which, it's probably the better of the two, to be honest. But the other one it could get is, I think it's, I forget what it is in the starting bit, but it can become, I think it's like lingering aroma, and it just overwrites the abilities of anything that hits it, kind of like Mummy. So it's like, what's that? You had Torrent and you hit my pig? Yeah, no, you don't have Torrent. You have a lingering aroma. Yeah, our starter's docile. But an adamant pig, that's not bad.
I found I share this in the Discord. I found a really sick evolutionary line for pig Pokemon.
Oh yeah? Oh shit! A rare candy!
Yo!
Nice.
Okay, this does actually reset that. Okay. That's interesting for LR to do. There we go.
Is that a little dancing spider?
It is, it's a tarantula.
We've never seen that before because this game is brand new and there's no way we could have played it or seen anything about it before today when it came out.
Yeah.
Right, guys?
Any insinuation of the contrary is lies and slander and defamation.
Completely asinine.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Anyway,
Yes.
Inconscionable.
Magey's
Yeah.
version of this should probably just be like a hook shot. I don't know what food we would, I don't know what food would be named it here, but, It's as strong as wire. The secret behind the thread strength is a topic of ongoing research.
But have they woven a tapestry out of tarantula thread yet?
Hmm.
We need to start industrially using spider thread, and for that, we're either going to need more spiders or bigger spiders.
Apparently,
you
one
know what? I
time-
think I'm gonna have to actually disagree with you on both counts there, and actually say no, fuck that noise. Actually,
I actually think we need both, Dan. I think we need more larger spiders. As big as a human man.
Apparently, there was a robe,
yes,
like a
went up
small
different.
piece of
Oh,
clothing
yeah.
made for a king one time out of spider silk, and it was like very fragile and easily torn, and so the king got super offended and like did bad stuff to the people that gave him to him. I don't know that he like killed him, but like he was mad.
Interesting.
Also, apparently there were spider silk farms that involved people like getting girls in the village or wherever they lived to hunt down spiders and catch them in baskets and then strap them down and pull the thread out of their spinnerets. And apparently the spiders
Couldn't pay me
got so
enough.
angry and so aggressive that they started like cannibalizing each other and trying to escape, and sometimes they would escape and they would be super fucking angry and like crazy. Anyway, this is a very immoral way of obtaining spider silk. The spiders obviously did not like that situation very much.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't think they appreciated that very much.
You're telling me that they were just throwing spiders into baskets, and then the spiders were like, this sucks.
They were catching them under baskets, but then they were like making little like contraptions for holding them down so that they couldn't move, and then like pulling the spider silk out of their spinnerets. So like, I imagine it's not supposed to work that way. So for that to happen to a spider probably
jolly
means
one.
like
Huh.
not good stuff, right?
Interesting.
Yeah, I never heard of that.
I'll see
You're
if
gonna
I
have
can
to-
find the video.
Yeah, you should send that to me.
Surprised.
I'd be very interested.
Yeah, I was describing all kinds of stuff about spider silk and things.
What is the normal stat stuff that this one gets?
I think it was a
Kinda
video
hard to
also
tell
by
from
the same
this.
guy who described how lizard tail detachment works and how essentially it like more than doesn't hurt. It's actually like a socket that essentially is designed to just detach at any given like segment of the vertebra. Anywhere from the base of the tail down, it can just automatically detach on its own.
Yeah,
It
that's
basically,
really
like-
interesting.
Wants to fall off.
Right.
Okay. So it looks like.
But
A,
also
the stats
losing
on
it
the evolution of this is
changes
not great.
The
but
composition
also
of the tail forever.
physical is fine.
Yeah, they can't grow back like a regular tail after that.
Its original tail is actually very has the highest concentration of fat on their entire body. So there are times where if they're starving and it's their original tail, they will actually rip their own
Drop
tail
it,
off
eat
and
it.
consume it to avoid starving. Problem is, after you've lost your tail, you can't regrow a fatty one. It's just muscle and skin tissue and bone. So it's not going to satiate you and keep you.
That's
from
interesting. In leopard geckos, it's kind of the opposite. The tail that they regrow is kind of like not a lot of bone in there. It's very like just kind of a fat store.
Interesting.
Yeah. I wonder why that is. But Because my sister's leopard gecko and my leopard gecko, when we were keeping them together when they were still young, we knew we had to separate them because they got to the age where they realized they were both like dudes and started fighting. And the one bullied the other one so hard that he dropped his tail.
Oh.
Now he has just a fat, like, lumpy mass.
Either
on
way,
his ass.
Either way, it's an immensely useful survival tactic. It can save you when you're starving, and it can divert a potential predator that would have killed you under normal circumstances.
A threaditor, if you will.
A threaditor, yeah.
It's both a threat and a predator.
Predator, yeah. A threaditor.
I mean, ultimately, it's just like your average Reddit person.
I was gonna say, let's make a new website called Threadit.
A hostile.
The mascot is Spider.
Nice.
Reddit.
It's a hostile Redditor, is a threadit.
A Threadit, yeah. But, yeah. Have you ever noticed how they fucking, like, just go fucking wild? Their tail goes fucking wild when it pops off?
Yeah, it, like, twitches around as a way to, like, distract predators.
It's very distracting. And usually, like in the case of the blue-tailed skink and many other different species of lizards, their tails are like a very vibrant and different color than the rest of their body. So like that also draws the attention away from them and onto the tail. Like not only while it's like on their body is it a distraction, but like once it's popped off and it's moving and it's colorful, it's like very attention grabbing.
Another potion.
I will find there are like times where I've chased a blue-tailed skink and like before I have even touched their tail, it has popped off. And is wiggling.
Right?
You know what? I think I would actually not be a fan of like spiders covered in a giant ball of their silk that's approximately the size of my head, hanging out of trees.
Yeah, kind of terrifying if we're being totally fucking honest.
Yeah, you're like, oh, not for me, thanks. I thought this was Spain, not Australia.
Honestly,
I feel bad for like spider lovers in this case because tarantula evolves into like a very not spidery looking thing at all, and so I'm
it's
like, man,
technically
they really
a spider, but I mean, you know, because it's called Spidops. But
it
it's
doesn't
not...
look like a fucking spider. Though.
Yeah, I actually prefer the
pre-evolved form.
Yeah. Oh hey, it's a palmy.
Same with the Gummy as well. EJ and I were actually in Cole's like a few weeks back, and we saw a blue-tailed skink running around on the freaking floor. I would have like picked it up and taken it outside and like released it, but it was like moving, like it couldn't seem to move, and I wasn't sure if it was just because of the texture of the floor or if there was like something wrong with it. And I was like, I don't want to touch this thing and there be something wrong with it. You
It
know,
could have just been you like took it out of the setup and like put it on the ground to like play with it. Is that
Wait,
what I'm
what?
to understand? You said it was on the ground?
No.
As in
It
was
was
on
in
the
a
floor
Coles.
inside.
In a Coles. It had wandered in from the outside somehow. So like, it could not seem to walk properly. You know how lizards are very fast?
Wow.
Yes.
Already paralyzed.
He was immensely slow.
Lol.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah,
Probably
I was
too
like, there's
cold.
something wrong with this guy. Oh, it was very cold in there.
I was
And
gonna
like
say
the ground's gonna be cold.
He was probably either cold or like stressed out. He wasn't like
Well, I mean, probably
injured.
both.
Well, I was scared to pick him up because I was like, there could be something wrong with him, and I don't want to like touch a lizard that has something wrong with it.
fair. Yeah, always wash your hands after you handle a lizard.
Just gonna chuck a ball.
But I did want to like take him outside because I felt bad that he was like in there. I was like, well, bro's gonna starve in here, man.
Right. I always hate when I see lizards inside house, because often they'll die from, like, you know, pesticides or something.
I imagine the thirst would probably have gotten that guy if he never made it out.
I don't think so.
That's true.
Before hunger would have. He did still have his tail, so if he got hungry enough, he could have eaten that.
Wow, really got a whole audience of Pokemon here.
But he was a little guy. I guess he may have just been because
That's
it
the third
was so
revive.
cold in there. I don't remember how warm it was outside that day, to be honest. I think it was pretty warm though. It was like
Wow, they really rendered that Buizel from this distance away?
very early fall.
Really
Definitely.
like the way that the Pokedex, like, Pokemon entries look like fucking iBooks.
Yeah. Or just like ordinary books.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the digitally, like, you know, rendered version of, like, a regular bookcase. I think iBooks was maybe the first thing that I can remember that did that.
Yeah.
It's good to know that the tastemakers of the Pokemon world are on the same trends that we are.
What? Ah, dang it. Yeah, I know. Oh, this bit, okay. Ahem.
Hey, Fire. You getting the hang of how to catch Pokemon okay? Let me see. So far, you've caught... Whoa! What was that?
Cool.
I've never heard that kind of cry before. Would it be some strong Pokemon or something? I say we find whatever made that cry. Let's take a look around, Fire.
No.
Yeah, actually, let's go home to our mom.
Mm-hmm.
So much for
Tell her we're
taking
sorry.
him directly to school, Mr. Mana.
Oh, come on. You know that sounds freaking awesome. But just be careful. There's a kind of unsafe cave not far from here, so steer clear. Like, whatever you do, do not go inside that cave. Just...
Definitely do not enter that cave under any
What?
circumstance.
I know your Rotom phone can help keep you safe and stuff, but just watch your step by these cliffs anyways.
How did it actually? Rotom are known for being like mischievous.
Yeah,
How
how
did they manage to, you know, oh my god, an ether already.
Listen, don't ask too many questions, okay?
Yeah, alright. Ours is not to question why. Ours is but to do or die. We are unthinking, unfeeling
That is a
drones. And only to
second
do...
ether.
You know what Nintendo will do to you
Yeah.
if they hear you saying shit like that.
I
You
mean,
better
they
keep
have
your
the
fucking
ninjas.
mouth shut. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to see you die like our old fourth friend, Reggie.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since they erased
Poor
Reggie from
guy.
the history books, it's not been the same. It used to be like a four-man show, but he got a little too mouthy, and they...
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say that we haven't seen him since.
Seen who since? I don't know who you're talking about.
You're probably right. I think I've said too much. Yeah, I don't... Never heard of him. I don't know what I was talking about just now. I think I was going into a fugue state. Anyways, how about this Pokemon game, huh?
Yeah! Wow, Pokemon is amazing!
Look
Boy,
at
I
this
sure love
Lechonk. It
Pokemon.
is asleep.
Oh, that is actually precious. should give you. Are you like sneaking?
Yes.
It should give you the option to sneak up and pet its belly.
They should, but they don't. Instead, if I were to hit it and start a battle, it would probably be surprised.
I mean, I'd be surprised too if somebody like snuck up and started rubbing my belly. I can't blame it.
I mean, yeah, fair.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Checks out.
Whoop. That lighting only just popped in. Must be nothing. Oh.
Wait, sorry, what got us on the topic of the Nintendo Ninjas? I forgot what I was saying.
What Nintendo Ninjas? There's no Nintendo Ninjas.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah. There's no Warren Bussing say.
Ah! Ah!
The end. This was actually a PSA about cliffside safety.
But like, yeah, like,
Super
how did
mega.
they make sure that, you know, the Rotom and the Rotom phones actually help people? Because the whole thing was, you know, that it's mischievous and it, you know,
Yeah,
inhabits
it was like
various things. Oh man, you know that it would be messing with you with like all the entries in the Pokedex, just like rearranging the text a little bit,
right.
making you have to double take it all of your text to make sure that it was actually saying what it was saying. Got to make sure it didn't accidentally, you know, transpose a word when you're sending one.
Right.
Oh man.
Like, add anything? Yeah, because it was a techno ghost, right? Like, so
Yeah.
that's how it
Yeah, it was on a
people,
TV.
So.
And then it, you know, can join into certain motors. Which means that there must be something like one of those motors inside a Rotom phone.
But yeah, how else do you think they get the parachute to function?
Well, I mean,
Man,
it's just a levitation.
Oh.
Like, I assume it's just the levitation of the Rotom.
I want to know when the next generation Android is getting the hover feature.
Honestly.
Oh, hey, is that the cave that we're not supposed to play in?
You should go see if that Pokemon's alright.
Oh, fuck that noise. I'm gonna go break more rules. Hey, what's up, player? Super Mega Chicken.
This mysterious Pokemon seems to be too weak to move. It's fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, this is...
Maybe you can
doesn't seem
give it something to help it perk up.
How to train your Miraidon?
No, dude, I need that for... I hate how well that worked.
I mean, you can kind of tell that they, you know, designed it to, yeah, like around that.
Yeah, those are the vibes.
Most def, those are the vibes.
Listen, we can't give it something to perk up. I needed those for my afternoon classes.
Well, it's not passed out, so a revive won't work.
Do we have any potions on us?
Yeah, I've been trying the potions. It doesn't seem to want those. Maybe a super potion will do.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it'll do the trick. I mean, I guess it's tricky because it's like all metal and stuff. Like, you probably want to be careful how you spray things. You wouldn't want to corrode something.
That's true, that's true. It is an abomination against nature, and that much is, you know.
Maybe a paralyzed heal would help.
It's too bad we don't already know the answer. If only we had some kind of prescience.
Maybe it's cocaine. Do we have any cocaine in our inventory?
I got some DMT.
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe. Here, maybe a Pokeball will do.
Yeah, get in, buddy.
Pokeball. Get in the fucking Pokeball.
Do you like cherry berries? Mm,
My favorite
maybe
flavor is
a rare
peanut.
candy would help. No, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Huh.
Damn, what
Look,
could it possibly be?
Do you want some Lechonk hair? I know it's a long shot, but do you want some Lechonk hair?
We're doing our best here, man. We're throwing everything we can at this.
Look, I'm not gonna use this adventure guide. Do you want it?
Yeah, I'm not really
Damn.
big on light reading.
Damn, it's
Huh.
it's electronic, so it doesn't want an actual physical book. Here, well, it's it's a big sacrifice, but maybe it wants to read it digitally. Fuck.
Didn't want the phone?
Nah, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we should just leave or whatever. Doesn't seem like there's anything we can do.
Nope, we're stuck.
I mean, shit.
Oh.
Does it want a Pokemon sacrifice or something?
Yeah, feed one of our Pokemon to it.
We
Maybe
have a
that's what it
Lechonk.
requires. True.
Yeah, just.
I don't know. I wasn't interested in the Lechonk.
But we don't have like a Vanillux or something.
Yeah.
Food based.
I didn't want an antidote either. Dang. There's only one thing that we have left that we haven't tried.
Giving up?
I already tried that.
Damn
It
it.
just loops you back in.
Well, I've never been in a situation where I couldn't just give up before. Alright. Tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas.
Well, we do have the sandwich, but like I was gonna save that for after I become champion.
Yeah, it was going to be very emotionally poignant. That was very important to our character arc.
Emotionally poignant, and also result in us having our stomach pumped. But you know what? It was made by Mom.
Yeah, it wasn't about the nutritional content of the sandwich.
Or whatever the nutritional content of the sandwich was before it was covered in mold.
Yeah, that too. It's about sending a message.
Look, I don't want to do this, but like, you don't seem to want anything else.
Oh damn, is that turkey in that sandwich? Shit.
That's our fucking sandwich. That's not
Oh,
up for
on the ciabatta bread? Hold on. Hell yeah.
Well, there goes lunch.
Well, I guess I'll just have to go back to Mom for another.
It was nice while it lasted.
Mom, a Pokemon ate my sandwich.
Gonna just have to text her.
Right?
I'd hope that the Rotom phone doesn't decide to turn everything I type into, weird innuendo or something.
Yeah.
So you see, that I don't suppose I could get another sandwich, could I?
The Rotom phone could send your nudes to your crush.
God.
Rotom phone, you're a dick.
The worse, it could send a copy of your fucking, internet history.
Oh,
Oh Jesus.
no. A fate worse than death. Because it's conscious and aware even when you're in like private browsing mode, so it knows.
It knows.
It knows what you've been looking at.
It judges you the whole time.
Yeah, just pops up little messages like, really? Off of this site? You know that there's better sites for this content out there, right?
Wow, this is embarrassing in more ways than one.
Also, at least look at more than one image. Come on now. There's a whole gallery of this one.
Oh, you're already done? I mean, I guess a minute, that's, hey. Some people could be into that.
Hey, I'll bookmark it for later. You'll be back in an hour.
lol. Just talk shit constantly.
Anyways, I'm gonna go swim for that shore. Dang. You're saying that we're in
What a
Spain and we
scrub.
don't know how to swim?
Yeah, come on
What a
now.
shame. Oi, Nimona! I'm down here!
It's very Spainful that you can't cross the water.
Yeah. The shame in Spain is mainly on the plane.
It's Spain without the S.
Yep.
Maybe we could cross the ocean on a splane.
Ooh. Ooh.
Boo!
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Whoa. Whoa, you slide.
Yeah, you do. Mhm.
Need some traction on the shoes. The boat shoes ain't doing it.
You have no idea how satisfying the crickets was on that.
You're a monster.
It was supposed to. There were supposed to be crickets. That
know,
was the
but the
whole
fact that-
point.
The fact that you enjoy that is what's fucked up about this.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, fire!
The crickets are music to my ears.
You go running around in that cave like I totally told you not to do? There you are, you freaking idiot. You're not hurt, right?
I'm managing.
Okay, well thank goodness. I was like really worried. I'd probably get like a demerit if you died while I was supposed to be watching you.
But just one.
It's just like a demerit.
Yeah, you just get only one what is it? Torison bolt, or I think it's called. I'm trying to remember the name of it. The opposite of the stars in Spy Family.
Yeah, the
I know it's like Tor something or other bolt, and I can't remember it. We need to get back to that someday.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah,
you gotta finish that.
that show's amazing.
Miss Nimona, I do believe you were supposed to be escorting Fire to school. However,
Yeah,
I
we're
do not
fine.
see
Everything-
him nearby.
Everything's fine. We're just taking a detour or whatever. We're all fine and together. Are you going through a tunnel? I think there's like some static. I gotta I'll let you go, Teach.
Boop.
If you got hurt because I said we should go looking for whatever made that thing cry. Well, never mind that. Right now we gotta focus on getting you back up here. And me out of trouble. You just gotta find some way to climb out of there. If you can get close enough, I'll try pulling you up with one of my Pokemon's moves.
Ah, so she must have a Spidops herself. We'd
It's the
probably
only
end
way.
up completely tied up from that.
Ooh.
You can't see the face I'm making, but one of my eyebrows is indeed raised.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Hey, there's an item down here.
You gonna take the bracer off for that, or just wondering? Just asking questions.
Maybe she thinks that we prefer the texture. Hey, there's a Pokeball. Look
My
at this
eyebrows
little...
continue to raise.
Wow, that's a surprisingly deep little pool here.
Yeah, don't frickin' go in there. I'll die.
Well, too late.
one more time.
Oh, I see. So we can we can slide uphill too, huh? Okay. So, the thing that keeps you safe from the edges of cliffs doesn't work on this cliff. I was gonna say the thing that keeps you safe from the edges of cliffs you can just, like, skid past, but no, it apparently just doesn't care about this cliff at all.
There are certain cliffs that it cares about, and certain
Whoa.
ones
Pokemon
that
might
it
be as
doesn't.
strong as mine. Maybe stronger.
Hey, you can see the,
If you're on Miraidon, it does not care about cliffs whatsoever.
Yeah, the Houndoom. Locked them.
Ominous.
hello!
What a friendly
style.
guy!
Just the fucking, like, JoJo characters in the background. Menacing.
He's just standing there, menacingly!
Wee-woo, wee-woo, wee-woo.
Wow, that is a hard wall that I cannot pass right here.
You shall not pass.
Really wants me to stay within a certain radius of this guy. I guess. Excuse me, can I run again? Thank you. Is there an item back here? Somewhere?
Nah, but there's green slime.
That's always fun. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
His gamer instincts were right. 2 Pokeballs.
Did you see how the model was fucking up?
I'll be honest, I missed it.
It was flipping out, just like flipping back and forth, so the hair was going crazy.
Yo.
Woo! That's a few. What am I doing here? I was all the way on the other side. Miraidon used Roar.
It was super effective.
Wait, where's the... Oh, the item's over here.
Oh.
It's a heads up, there's some pretty strong Houndour.
Hmm.
You've got your bodyguard, but, you know, a head's, you know, but be careful or something like that.
Gotcha. I would have read it, but I was yawning. Sleepy little guy. Sleepy little guy, it's my birthday. Woo! Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, the hair on the...
Like, you can speed up the spin after you start spinning.
I wonder what that move was. Man, I want to see it for myself. Oh.
This cave is deeper than I thought. It really just let me do that!
Yeah, now you're in the void. Have fun.
Nah, I can just go back up.
Suffer for your crimes.
This should not be a place where I'm allowed to walk. I'm surprised it even let me walk off that edge. Something must spawn down there, but I don't see any items. So some Pokemon must spawn down there.
Big cave. Fire, look out! Something's coming! I can feel it coming in the air.
Let's not get DMCA'd, yeah?
I mean, if they DMCA us for that, that's just admission that my singing is glorious.
I mean, they will DMCA far worse singing than that. Like, I'm not going to deny, you do it pretty well, but...
But it's behind you.
Coco, you got this, right?
You got this, man.
Throw a Pokeball.
Come on.
I can't pull items out of my bag.
Oh. And he's paralyzed. Zooey Mama.
So our Pokemon just kind of automatically recalled itself to the ball, I think.
He's like, nah, fuck that noise. Oh my god, there's so many puppies.
I don't think these puppies just want a tummy rub.
But we don't have enough dog treats for all of them. What are we gonna do?
I gave you the only sandwich we had.
Come with me if you want to live. Up here! Quick! Shoot! Shoot! Hey, caramba. Where'd it go? For a second, I thought you were both goners. Whoa! What's wrong? Maybe he, like, used up all his power or something?
Let's get the D
Kind of,
batteries.
Yeah, what kind of batteries do you think this guy takes? Like AAA's or what? What is this Pokemon? It kind of looks like a Cyclizar, but I've never seen one quite like these before.
I mean, we're in Paldea. You know, we have standards here. It has to be USB-C. Yeah,
True.
at least it can't be a lightning connector anymore. It has to be USB-C.
Yeah, we have to follow European Union regulations. And it looks so different from a minute ago. You think it's okay?
I don't know. You got another sandwich?
Oh, I'm dying here. I'm dying and I need a sandwich. Oh, I'm dying.
Fuck if I know,
I'm-
Ramona. I literally just got my first Pokemon like 20-ass minutes ago. What do you think?
Yeah, look, we have the exact same information. Okay, get off my back. All right.
I mean, hell,
Jesus.
like, you know more because you've been at school for several years, apparently.
Jesus.
Yeah,
I'm
why the
just
fuck are
wondering.
you asking me?
Okay, but you can't tell. Whatever. Just say that. Jeez. Anyways, I'm just glad that you're up here in one piece, being a complete pain in my ass. You know, that battle down there was really something. The way you like pissed your pants and your Pokemon like ran away in fear, and then you got rescued by this big giant monster thing. You looked perfectly in sync. What? You mean you didn't even tell it to rescue you? I mean, I guess you're not really its trainer yet, huh? You're just like a little nerd. A little dweeb.
Miss
You pissed your
Nimona, what
pants.
is this I hear about more battling?
Little baby
was-
poo-poos.
Everything's fine. Look, he perked up a little bit. We're fine. Quick, change your pants. Do you think this fellow is the one making that mysterious cry that we heard before? Ah! Oh man, oh man, oh man. The more I look at this Pokemon, the more mysterious he seems. If you do become its trainer, you gotta let me battle against it.
Is everything about battle with you?
I mean, yeah, pretty much. Why not? Here, take my number so we can get in touch if we somehow get separated again. Also, here's the number of my dorm, and when I get back, just in case you like need that information or something. And here, this'll let you teach your Pokemon a move to help it battle stronger opponents.
Oh wait, and what'd you say your social security card was again and your birth date?
Oh yeah, also here's my mother's maiden name. You should probably take a breather. Let's just go to the lighthouse. That'll be a good place to relax.
Anyways, that's neat, but... Oh. You hear Houndoom barking an awful lot. Maybe you'd better not go in there.
No, I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I
Don't
see
be
nothing
pussy.
wrong. Be strong men. I'm sure
There's a
nothing's wrong.
sleeping young goose here.
Young Goose don't give a shit.
It's asleep. Also, our sneaking animation is so wooden.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, this Hoppip is also asleep.
We're not actually coming with you. We decided we're just gonna hang out up here. Bye-bye. See you later or whatever. Adios.
I'm literally walking still in the same direction as it. Just because my camera is pointed that way doesn't mean that I'm going the wrong way.
Oh yeah! Done.
Oh, I'm so excited. We're almost to Los Blatos. Oh, man.
Why, that little... What are you doing out here?
Gonna shit his pants.
I'm not talking to you two. You can shove off.
Rude?
Hey, I know you. Aren't you Arden? You're enrolled in a humanities track, right? Loser. And aren't you the son of that Pokemon researcher? Professor Turo?
Doesn't matter who my dad is.
Wait a second. He's Turo's son?
The real issue here is what in the world this Pokemon is doing out here. And what is with the form it's in. I don't know, man. Like, shrug.
Yeah.
Like, you know, at the bottom of the cliff.
See, we heard this strange cry and we tried to investigate, but fire fell off a cliff. And the Pokemon saved him, but it seemed like he got kind of wore out in the process. It got kind of slumpy afterward.
Do you got a sandwich on you? It seemed to work out the last time.
Yeah, preferably with the ciabatta bread. Gotta get it on the ciabatta. But you should have seen it before. It looked totally different. It was unbelievably strong.
Well, yeah, as it should be. But it can't fight like while it's like this. The form Miraidon takes in battle. That's its true form.
Miraidon? Is that this Pokemon's name? How would you know it?
You can't go in the lab, it's locked. I don't remember ever seeing you around, but given the uniform, you go to the academy too, do you? Miraidon isn't the sort of Pokemon that any old trainer can hope to command. It's special.
Special how? What sort of Pokemon is it?
Yes, this is a question I was wanting the answer to as well.
How is this?
I'm digging this music.
You think you're up to ordering Miraidon around? Then how about I test your worthiness? What? I never thought that I was up to ordering it around. I literally said that I found it at the bottom of a cliff.
Yeah, bro, we just, like, showed up. We don't even know who you are. Let's go away.
But, like, you know. Ha! Look at you. Quite the little go-getter. I've been feeling all out of sorts. I'm gonna use this battle to blast these doldrums away. Ah! These memories are leaving a bad taste in my mouth, and I want it gone. Oh, we got fully healed. That's nice. Like how Miraidon is just, it's sitting in the background just, yeah.
Chilling. Hanging out.
Yo, am I ever gonna get that sandwich?
Seems you know a thing or two about battle.
He also knows a thing or two about kicking your ass. Nerd.
Ooh.
Wow, Bard, that was awesome.
I guess I wasn't going to stand a chance of using some Pokemon I'd only just caught. But if you really think you can take Miraidon off my hands for me, you'll need this. It's the Pokeball that Fruit's been kept in.
Who said anything about taking it off your hands?
Really? Like,
Bro,
at what point is it was it ever a thing of, oh yeah, we'll take it off your hands. We can, you know, we can totally command it. Like, what? No.
yeah, bro, we're just trying to get to campus. Come on now.
Yeah. I just got
Not
my
help-
first Pokemon.
Not helped by Nimona getting us, you know, on all of these situations.
Nimona and her little shenanigans. What can I say? I thought it'd be funny. What? Okay. So why did you have it?
Anyway, that thing's your problem now, not mine. Good luck.
I can't help but notice. Wait! Oh yeah! Can you not hear me or something? Fucking dick. Fine, be that way. But you better actually show up for school. Weirdo.
Takes one to know one.
Huh? That Arvin guy definitely knows more than he's letting on. Next time he and I are battling, I'm gonna wring some answers out of him. I'm gonna give him a swirly, too. Oh, but right. We gotta climb the lighthouse. I can't wait to show you the view of our school.
Master Headmaster. She's giving people swirlies.
Shut up, nerd.
Mr. Mona, I am quite certain I told you to cease doing this.
Okay, well, I didn't, actually give anyone a swirly. I just said I was going to.
Giving such threats is not is not a good look for our prestigious academy.
Okay, but, Arvin's such a freaking nerd. Come on.
Nerd or not, you know that this is not correct, Miss Nimona.
Okay, but, wouldn't it be good for him, a little bit if somebody just, gave him a swirly?
Bullied him a little.
Messed with his, crazy hair? Come on.
Everyone needs to be bullied a little bit.
Yeah, it would be, you know that you want to see it happen. Because he's kind of a twerp.
Oh, that's a scatter button. Okay. Ew. And up we get. Oh, there's nothing behind us. Whoa! We clipped through the hair for a second. Ah!
Look into our forehead.
Ah! Alright, so that's how our teeth work. Jesus.
Oh my god!
Jump scare.
Oh my god! See, we're doing more boundary break already, man. I love this shit.
It should be more difficult than that to do that.
I have no mouth, but I'm a scream. You look at him and you tell me there's a god.
Now see, it works fine from the back.
You look at that
That's
mouth
what I
and tell
always
me
say.
there's a god.
Oh.
Oh, from the side you can see how the mouth, how the jaw works.
Oh? Jesus.
Yeah. You can see how the mouth is mostly textured inside. That it allows for it to actually open up and have a texture for the inside of the mouth. Along with where the teeth would be at that point.
Good lord, what is happening in there?
A party!
Aurora Borealis.
Can I see it?
No.
The party in our mouth, and everyone's invited. Look, fire. That's Mitsugoza.
I mean, some people might say that's actually Nemona's, but, that's neither here nor there, now is it?
Hello!
Fucking
Yeah,
trashed, Nimona.
Yeah, she just, but when she heard there was a whole bunch of strong trainers, she just couldn't, she couldn't wait but to run in and battle. And I'm sure that battle was the correct verb used here.
And that huge building with the Pokemon on it is our school.
By the way, that is, I'm pretty sure, almost a direct quote from the game.
Lol.
Oh,
Outside of the thing about the verb.
Yeah. It's gonna be so great having you in the same class, Fire.
oh.
Oh, that's schoolwork.
Don't think of it as schoolwork. Think of it as tons of chances to learn about Pokemon battling. Isn't it awesome what you can see from up here? Mountains, forests, grasslands, beautiful nature stuff as far as the eye can see.
Nature stuff.
And you know what's waiting for you all over those natural spaces? Tons of Pokemon.
All this like
You'd be
whooshy
ever
stuff
loving
around
shit out
us.
of. Consider this me officially telling you, welcome to Buddale.
Plenty of,
But anyway, like you can see... Sorry,
plenty
go
of
ahead.
camera angles for this, huh?
Listen, that was important. This is where the budget went. It's kind of a hike to get to school from here. Let's make it to Los Platos, for starters. That's right on the way.
Los Platos, Los Platos, Los Platos!
Vamos!
Vamos!
Come on. Vamonos, let's go.
I'm ready!
You know I'm going just the opposite direction of that, right?
I'm gonna fucking murder your ass, you little bitch.
On stream?
On stream.
Damn, you don't even care anymore.
Mm-mm.
All this man cares about, Dan, is making forward progress, and you would rob him of that?
No, he wants to try to do, he wants to try to do multiplayer. As soon as possible.
What's
Mhm.
multiplayer?
You get to roam around on the overworld together. Finally. In a Pokemon game.
Oh, multiplayer. I'm an idiot.
I'm gonna go snipe all of his shinies.
You dick.
There's a bunch of Palmy there.
Was there a Psyduck directly to the right of the bridge?
That one might be set, but it's hard to tell. I wasn't really paying
It
a
is
huge
hard to
amount
tell.
of attention. Because there's probably just a whole bunch of spawn points for Psyduck.
Mhm. It's fine. I was gonna pack a bowl anyway. I just finally got finished. Preparations.
Whoop. Oh. Oh.
Hello.
I got you surrounded.
Hey, little fellas.
Give us your lunch money, nerd. Man, it really looks like there's
Wow,
schlongs
that's
in the
not
ground.
even close to where I was aiming.
Get some!
Doesn't have quite as much freedom as Arceus does.
I was attempting to aim at the wiglet.
You kind of have to like Z target.
I assumed that targeted the closest thing.
Nope. You have to actually Z target it.
No, I assumed that type of targeting only targeted the closest Pokemon.
Oh, no, not necessarily. Oh, yeah, they have to be Pokemon. can't engage them in battle unless you're poking their little heads out.
Yeah, that's the direction I wanted to throw you. Directly into the wall.
No, true.
There we go. There we go. Caught it off guard. It's about the only way you can catch it. You can catch it and just go to the truck ball. Ooh. That effect is probably not how that was supposed to look.
Registered.
Modest nature.
Oh, damn it. I was rattled. No, it's hardy nature.
I was just guessing.
It nods off a lot.
So that's
Much
neutral.
like you.
Yo, he just like me for real.
For real, for real.
Based and nap pilled.
Very nice. I probably won't be using weekly. I would have given it a name of either. Oh my god. Like either like some sort of sausage or
Those boys can fucking jump.
they can, yeah. Or
Yep.
some sort of sausage, but yeah, whatever.
It is utterly meaningless. Hey, let's battle! No.
Yeah, alright. Pokeball suspenders.
Well, if you talk to a Pokemon trainer like me, what do you mean a Pokemon trainer? You are 5 years old. Do your parents know where you are?
Yeah, he's just out playing.
He's 7.
Okay, sorry, 7. I don't mean to. I want to be uncharitable. Let me give you those 2 years.
Excuse you, 7.5.
Oh, right.
My mistake.
Don't want to scrounge him on those 5.5 months.
You got, anyways, you got parents or what? They around in the area? Just,
No, he's an orphan.
oh.
He was
why there's
raised
all these-
as the side duck in the area.
That's why there's all these youngsters running around. They're just like orphans.
There's a shiny.
We can't tell if you want to battle just by making eye contact. You're just talking about the glint over here.
Cool.
I didn't. Oh, fuck. I didn't. Oh, God. I'm sorry. If I.
Like, I was well aware of that little glint there. And, also that, you know, nothing around had been shiny to my knowledge. So,
I hope I didn't like make you think there might have been a shiny.
no.
Okay, good.
I knew.
Yeah.
I knew there wasn't
Now we
any
all get
shinies
both.
around before, but I did take a quick look around just in case.
Yeah,
Well,
now we
how
all
was
get
the
I was
win?
kind of like,
Huh?
let me just make sure here on this.
What were you saying, Brent?
And now we all get to laugh at your expense as well.
Yeah.
Shh.
It's
Grass deer are sleeping.
Get bullied.
We'll call the tiny little shiny spots on the ground, we'll call those glints. That way we don't get them mixed up with shinies.
Gotcha.
By the way, the speaking of shinies, apparently the shinies of the tarantulas have red thread. They're
Yeah,
very
actually it looks
noticeable.
pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that it does look cool. I don't think that the Spidops shiny looks all that terrific. I think.
No. It is red. But no, it does not.
Hey, Endure.
I like the green Spidops better.
I think just the entire design of
Spidops
the
is bad.
Spidop, yeah. I just like the design of Tarantula better.
Yeah, same. Eevee like Tarantula.
God,
I
have you seen its stats?
No.
They're garbage.
Bad. Yeah.
Both forms, they're pretty trash.
Most bug Pokemon don't have the greatest stats.
No, I mean like the evolved form has a base 60 HP, base 79 attack, 92 defense, 52 special attack, 86 special defense, and 35 speed.
Ouch. That's pretty fucking
Yeah.
horrifically bad.
It's pretty trash.
You're trash, just like your father, Tarantula. You'll never be a contender.
Plus, it remains just mono bug.
Oh, lame.
Meanwhile, there's another one that's nimble and low kicks, which becomes a bug dark type. That has 71 HP, 102 attack, 78 defense, 52 special attack, 55 special defense, and 92 speed. Which is, you know, not bad.
Better
Not
than
amazing.
Tarantula.
Yeah.
It's quick and punchy.
Not as bulky, but I mean, what are you gonna do with a Tarantula? Honestly.
True.
That's Palmy.
And we don't have any exploding textures.
Yeah. How
Like
nice.
NPCs ascending into infinity, or the clouds exploding.
I miss our combustible clouds.
Yeah,
I blame climate change for that.
honestly, what is this clear weather?
Got another copy of Swift.
We are swiftly attaining more TMs.
You could possibly say.
Now, come on, guys. Don't... Calm down. Don't get so raucous, okay? It's not that funny.
No, it's not. Oh, next accuracy. This early? You're spoiling me. It is neat seeing
You missed an
seeing
item.
Hopper floating through the air. I'll get to it. I'm just
agree.
kind of
Okay,
going
I
back
just
and
wanted
forth
to make-
across the area.
Yeah, and if it's raining, the Hoppip are like fucking flying through the sky. Like,
Well, I
within-
mean, it apparently says in the Pokédex that they are pushed by heavy winds.
Mhm.
And
That's
Yeah.
what I
yeah,
love about it.
they absolutely just whip through the air when it's windy.
I just love that their whole line is just like windborne plant parts. Whether that be like seedlings or
Well, we got
Flowers
Swift,
or-
Protect, and Endure on this one route. I don't think that's trying to say anything, right?
Nah.
Like,
I
that
think
definitely doesn't mean anything when Nemona's involved, right?
I wouldn't. No, that's just coincidence. I wouldn't read too much into that. Anyways,
Oh,
what's
There's
that
a
long necked
flamingo.
ass motherfucker?
Oh wow, what an interesting new design that I have not seen before.
Flamigo?
Mhm. That's
I get that it's supposed to be like amigo, but my brother in
doesn't
Christ,
work.
that's just a flamingo.
no, it's more than that. They tie their necks into knots so that they don't let out all the power that's in their stomach.
yeah. See, there's a knot at the base of its neck.
So there is.
Better than a knot anywhere else, honestly.
Brazen.
So, I mean, there are plenty of Pokemon where it's like my amigo. That's just an X.
Well, we've gotten under the map.
Yo. My fellow Inquisitor. My brother in the Inquisition. This is just
Like
Thanks
let's
to
take
the behavior
Geodude.
there's known as synchronizing, an entire flock of these Pokemon attacks simultaneously in perfect harmony.
I love that it's flying.
Flying fighting.
Oh my god. Now I
You're
just had the
talking
sudden thought. Y'all might not get this because y'all don't really play Rhythm Heaven, but like Lockstep, but with Flamigo. That's one where
What?
you have to essentially be constantly pressing in order to shift what foot is up.
Gotcha.
On some of them, I can go pretty long. But it's just kind of a constant, back and forth sort of thing. Usually with some sort of thing of, hacking the ground in between or something like that. Anyway, what kind of food do we kind of want to call this Flamigo?
Also, not only is it just a flamingo, also Flamigo is only one letter off of flamingo.
But what food should she be?
Let me look something up.
I assume they probably eat them somewhere.
Drumstick? Fucking...
I say Cameron. And here's my explanation. Flamingos eat tiny brine shrimp, and shrimp in Spanish is camarones.
That's pretty good.
For a female one, though?
Cameron is unisex. I've heard it used for males
Is there
or females.
any accents in that?
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
Okay. Or I could just
Would be-
actually do EN.
Yeah. I
Like
think
that.
yeah, it could do. I believe it's
What is-
CAMA. So just not to tell you what to type, but just so you know, the word is spelled CAMARONES.
Yeah. Okay.
What does Camerones mean again?
Shrimp.
Shrimp, right? And that's their diet.
So I will say, there is an actual shrimp in this game.
Oh hell.
There's also, oh man, I'm so excited to find this Pokemon.
Oh, that's okay. When we get to the shrimp, we can just call it ceviche.
Mm.
I'm gonna go with an E.
There is a new Pokemon that is a type combination that has yet to be seen, and I am excited to see where it goes.
Okay, so it's a
Right.
fighting type. It is plus speed minus special defense, which makes it naive. And it's
Have there
scrappy.
been any? Have there been any? Have there been any fighting flying types before?
Yes.
Yeah, Halucha.
Yep.
Its
See.
other option was Tangled Feet.
I think there's
which
one
is to
other
say that
flying
it has
fighting
extra
type
evasion when confused.
other than Halucha. I think there's just one more. I can't remember what it is though.
I'm not coming up
I
with
could
it
be
offhand.
wrong.
It gets a hidden ability called Co-Star. When the Pokemon enters a battle, it copies an ally's stat changes. So, you know, what's that? You were gonna baton pass the stat changes out? Nah. Don't bother. It's a double bet. You know, if you're doing this in doubles, just bring this in next to something that's been boosting up behind a sub. And you just copy all the stat changes.
That's kind of awesome.
Let's see. 82 attack, 150 or 82 HP, 115 attack, 74 defense, 75 special attack, 64 special defense, and 90 speed. So this nature is essentially sacrificing its worst stat in order to make its speed better. 90 base speed is not like the worst, especially not in game. But boosting that up is not bad.
I feel like I would rather drop my special attack than my special
Oh, sure.
defense.
Of course. But, you know, of the options.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's got a pretty decent level up pool. Yeah, this might see some, might actually see some actual competitive play in some things.
Neat.
Took a hot second. Yeah, I know. Not gonna do much with that. Yep. Definitely not.
Did you know there's only 9 Pokemon that have flying as its first type?
Interesting.
I didn't necessarily know the number offhand, but yeah, that sounds about right. 'Cause most
Very
actual
few.
flying types have normal as their first type.
Any other flying type has another type as its first type. The first flying type in the entire Pokedex is Charizard. Firefly.
Well, yeah. But that's not necessarily about one where the flying is the primary type.
No. I didn't mean as the first. The first Pokemon with primary flying is fucking Noibat.
That's about right, yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this Wooper does not have Poison Point. I know it's only a 30% chance, but we have been hitting each other a fair chunk. Wow, that Pokeball was definitely not touching the ground.
And the first and only...
Oh! Cameron went through the ground again. It's dangerous for Wooper to travel alone. They line up in groups of 3 or 4 and help each other as they walk across the wetlands.
They have a buddy system.
Okay, so I know what this evolves into, and I absolutely want to call it a Claire, but like, you got a fancier way of putting it? Because
You want to call it what?
I think the evolved form looks surprisingly a lot like an Eclair. But is there a fancier one to refer to it as?
Yeah, it's Flamigo, Galarian Zapdos, and Hawlucha. That's it.
Galarian Zapdos. Okay, that's it.
That was the other one. I completely fucking forgot.
I never fought one. I didn't actually, get that far.
I knew that
that
it
was like literally
flying.
only on the, in the DLC for last gen.
Because like I had heard it before, but then it was just like completely out of my brain. Just utterly not there whatsoever. I am very happy to see a new electric flying type.
Mm-hmm. It's probably going to see some play in rain teams, that's for sure.
Honestly, I think Eclair is a good name.
Yeah, I just worry that it's not going to be a terrifically unique one.
I see.
This direction. Then again, since when have I ever cared about being unique?
You could call it a long john, like the long donut.
That would be an option if this one were male.
Damn. Call it a long chain. Nothing if not creative.
I suppose any jokes about cream filling should probably be left to the side for now.
Yeah, save that for Emona.
I mean, it's only level 7 right now.
Jesus Christ.
I'm expecting a knock on my door any minute now.
FBI, open up!
You didn't even wait for it to be level 18!
Jesus Christ.
It's thoroughly cunning. And it's docile by nature, which just means that it is just completely neutral. And it has water absorb, so yeah, it's gonna be actually a pretty decent wall here.
I didn't know they added a fan rotom. That's cool.
Magey, that's literally been in since the start.
Listen, let him
Wait,
have
really?
this.
Yes.
He's just a boy.
You're
Like-
sure?
Yes. Along with the other Rotom forms, yes.
Wow. Yeah. You see? Dan
They've-
knows his stuff.
They've been in
I
since the
was
start.
tripping him up.
I mean,
And
to be
he
fair, a lot
knew.
of the time, at least in early Gen 4, unless you had a certain... unless you had a certain event, you couldn't actually access the other forms.
Good job, Dan. You passed the test. Woo!
Yeah,
Somebody
that whole
pat Dan on
time.
the back.
But up until
Yeah.
Gen 5, the type, I believe it was Gen 5, the typing was still the same regardless of which form it was in. So you didn't even get stab on the new move that you got in the form.
Oh. You know what? Underappreciated Mega Pinsir. All right.
I guarantee you it was not underappreciated in competitive.
That's true. It was a fucking boss.
Yes, I know. Man, that huge ass grin on the Wooper phase.
I was just thinking, if you wanted to go more on theme, you could call it a churro.
Could do, yeah.
'Cause you like chocolate dip churros, which might be more the vibe.
Oh, struggle bug.
Dat Aerialate.
Yeah.
Underappreciated, underused Mega. Mega Rayquaza, probably. It's at the top of that list.
Yeah, that's how that works. Oh, full heal.
Okay, how about an actual one? Mega Pidgeot. Quite possibly the worst fucking Mega of them all.
Mega Pidgey at soft play.
Did it?
Yeah, no guard is not something to scoff at.
It can't be actually bad though for it to be underrated. You have to find the middle ground of like being like not good at first appraisal, but like with a niche.
Hmm.
Yeah, it has to be something that's just kind of meh.
No, because underrated implies to me that it actually has like a use.
Like, it's
that people
actually
just,
good,
like-
and then nobody really realizes that fact. So, yeah, Mega Pinsir, definitely not, because it saw a lot of play. Due to Aerialate, extreme speed. It was insane.
Wanna just quick attack with that? Did it have extreme speed? I thought it just
Was it,
only
was
had
it just
the-
quick attack? It may have been quick attack. It may have just been quick attack.
Come on, old man, let's get you inside.
Woo!
It's getting more forgetful.
You kids and your darn
The inner Pokemans.
Pokemans.
Back in my day,
day.
we only had 151 Pokemon, and we liked that.
And that was enough for us. Nowadays, you kids just aren't happy. You're too busy on your Rotom phones. I tell you, kids these days.
Look at them having fun in the pond.
Mega Gengar was also one of the megas that got banned, I do believe.
Yeah, but it wasn't necessarily due to just being too good. It was because of the Shadow Tag.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think Mega Pinsir ever got banned.
No.
Mm-mm.
It saw some play. 'Cause that was the one that had a skill link, right? Ooh, experience candy, extra small.
Mega Pinsir had Aerially.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking of the other one.
Heracross.
Yeah.
The other beetle guy.
Oh, that's calming. Ooh, hello. What are we?
Mega Mawile, that's another one that got banned. And that one's actually fucking
Yeah, I mean,
amazing.
that's huge power. Huge power will do that. Faint writing is carved into the shrine. Herein lies sealed. Oh, sorry, go for it.
Herein lies sealed the ruinous tablets.
Weird.
Sorry, I
I'm sure
wanted
there's
it to
nothing,
be,
I'm sure there's nothing strange about this.
Yeah, hey guys, why don't we unseal this gigantic, millennial-old door? Surely no horrors beyond our comprehension will be unleashed upon doing so.
I mean, I can
What about-
comprehend the horrors just fine. Skill issue.
Lol.
What about Absol being a slightly underrated mega?
It saw play.
But
Yo,
did it
there's
see
a
as much
happening
play as
here.
it deserved?
Yeah, did it see as much play as it deserved?
I legitimately wouldn't know, but I do want to...
I'm actually gonna catch this happening because I think it's actually a little bit rare.
Hello? Forbidden knowledge? Understandable. I'm met with a terrible fate.
Have a nice day. Congratulations, you learned how to scratch.
This is the part where I reveal I've been running Pokemon Violence in the background this whole time.
Uh-oh.
I found the big building, but I cannot find, the key to the door. I've been doing, a sweep around the perimeter.
It's on the island.
Well, thank God. How far can it be from the building?
It can be anywhere on the island.
Oh, that sucks. That is terrible for me.
Yeah. Also, you remember how I thought they should add winds to nerf flying Pokemon?
Did they do
Yeah.
that?
There is a screenshot way back, like when they were first revealing stuff about 0.9, with a windy area that it looked like flying Pokemon would not be able to pass through. I was like, yes!
Interesting.
I was like, someone thought of my idea and implemented it. I could not be more ecstatic. Some people might feel unoriginal for that, but to me, it's just like, oh yeah, that's what I wanted.
It carefully carries a round white rock that it thinks is an egg. It's bothered by how curly its hair looks.
Oh.
Your hair looks fine. What a precious baby.
I'm gonna send it
Happy
to my
me.
boxes. Yeah. Because I'm really only going to use, like, new Pokemon my first run through. Psybeam.
Ooh,
Uh,
not a bad pickup.
but, Acid Spray.
I think the very first Mega to get banned was Mega Kangaskhan. I could be wrong.
I mean, probably Mega Ray first, but I think the ban on that
Mega Ray
item is
didn't come
super-
out originally with the games.
Uh,
It came out when, Mega Ray was, Omega Ruby and Apple Sapphire.
yeah.
It wasn't in X and Y. So the first one to get banned, I do think, was Kangaskhan. But yes, Mega Ray did get banned immediately. Like, literally, there wasn't even any, like, point in which you were able to use it on Smogon.
I
It was
mean,
just like
anything goes.
insta-banned. Well, yeah, Anything Goes was instantly made the minute that Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire came out.
Literally
to-
4. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Literally because it's just like, no, you can't bring this into Ubers. That's ridiculous.
This thing is so broken, we have to create a new tier for it. That's how broken Mega Ray is.
We had to create a new tier wherein you can use evasion and shit.
Yeah. Evasion is fair compared to this thing. Sand Attack and Double Team are fair compared to this fucking thing.
Really? Am I really gated away from this item up until I get my ride? Alright, fine. Oh, hello. Oh, confused Ray. Okay. Wow, this is a lot of hypnotizing things. Awful lot of drowsy here.
He'll go to Los Platos one day. And then we'll see if multiplayer works. One of these days. I'm hoping I'll at least have not broken 40. Oh, they're so fucking quiet. I'm just bullshitting over here.
Sorry, I'm looking around for all the Gimme Cool coins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a fuckload of them in that area. There's more further back.
Not a surprise.
Mm-hmm. Like if you go towards those pillars, there's one over there.
Yeah, I know. I already got that one.
Oh, okay.
Where
Sorry, I
started from over here.
missed it.
Yeah, because that's the area I started down here. Human horrors beyond comprehension? Nah, I want to comprehend.
Squawkabilly.
Yeah.
Oh man, apparently you used to be able to place a door to get into the mansion, but now you can't do that anymore.
And you woulda too, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I literally tried doing it.
You
I wanna
fucking
fucking-
asshole.
Fuck that noise. I don't want to find this fucking... I chose the large island. It sucks. I don't want to fucking
Should have
fly
made a
around
medium one, bro.
in a grid trying to find this nonsense. Can I just edit my
Alright.
save to give me the key?
That sure was a crit. Fuck you.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
I don't have time to waste on like trying to freaking find this nonsense.
Don't be
I
a
guess
little
we're doing
bitch.
pretty good then.
Dedicate yourself
Get burned.
to the fucking treasure hunt. My god.
No, that's lame as fuck.
Yeah, besides, I'm the one that's doing the treasure hunt.
Well, you're no fun.
No, I'm efficient.
I bet you're great at parties.
I am actually. I know how to mix lots of drinks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Keep the party going.
You sure you don't just like mix one drink and then into the party?
Nah, that depends on the party company.
So exploring an
just-
island is
Just some of the parties are just, some of the companies just not that great at it. Honestly.
so exploring an island isn't that great of a party company, huh?
No. I was more alluding that some people cannot handle their alcohol, but also, yeah. I'm dipping on this party.
Yep, I was trying to loop it back around.
Oh,
Sorry, Azrael. I did not intend to run into you.
Kill it.
now you die. What if it just like did the laser eyes thing and like obliterated you? And like your game ended right there?
Azurill used hyper beam.
Big fucking Dark Souls font comes on the screen. You die.
And because she wasn't there to protect us, Nimona was then expelled.
Oops. R.I.P. Nimona.
You have irrevocably severed the thread of fate. Either start anew or persist in the doomed world you have created.
Love the reference.
Thanks for the health, Azrael. Huh. Seems to know to not use water gun again. Poison tail this early, huh? Dang. Okay. Thankfully, the shiny on Ghastly is actually, noticeable. As compared to the one on Gengar.
Or Haunter.
Well, yeah, but Haunter's got the blue hands.
Not really anymore, no. It's just his
Still
tongue.
have the
He's got the blue tongue.
Really? It doesn't have the outline?
Is it? Mm-mm. Not anymore. And they've muted the color that it, like, its body used to be a slightly different color. Completely muted now.
Oh, what's the point then?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're gonna have a shiny, then it,
It barely
should
looks
be
any
a
different.
noticeably different color.
Yeah. Well. They decided to fuck over Haunter lovers.
There are dozens of us. Dozens.
Rock Blast.
They decided to extra fucking taunt you by making it look really good for a couple of generations and then, like, muting all of the good changes and then removing what was left of the vestiges of what made it good in the first place. So now basically all you get is a blue tongue.
What? Suck.
Mm-hmm. Shiny Ghastly's pretty fucking baller, though. Has a very nice
See
blue
how
shade.
badly we get messed up by this.
Alejandro.
That's not what I thought it was going to be.
Mess him up.
Actually, I probably should have just used double kick, actually. Thinking about it. Rude. Absurdly rude.
Absurdly rude.
Also, this is level 11. I'm not really prepared for this, actually.
Immeasurably rude.
Unforgivable, many people are saying.
Fuck this scrubra.
Sources are saying.
This just in. Fuck
You
this
just
guy.
keep fucking hitting. Bro. It's like a 0.0001% chance after all these fucking sand attacks that you would be hitting him
Bruh.
right now.
Really? You really want to be, you really want to be actually tempting fate right now?
And he's got double teeth.
Yes, that's what I called rude. That's
Our
what I
Jesus
initially
smiles
called
upon you
rude.
this day. Our
Like, I'm
Jesus smiles
already
upon
like
you this
4
day.
levels below it.
Hey, it's just more insulting. Get bent.
I'm gonna switch out. Go for a double kick here. Alright, yeah, alright. I don't know if that crit really mattered. That'd be 1.5 times. It may have technically lived double kick. Maybe. Learned assurance. Makuhita is gonna be the tricky one.
You got a flying type.
Well.
You're good. Heck,
Yeah.
his
but,
ass.
Oh, okay.
Lamigo's an amazing pecker.
I think so. You got an amazing pack of yourself.
You couldn't see it, but I was shaking my head.
I felt it actually, psychically.
I'm
I actually. You need to understand, on my end, I blinked twice and, like, took a breath. I waited. And if nobody was gonna jump on that mine, it fell to me to be the responsible
I'm sorry.
and take that obvious bait.
Yeah, I mean, come on. How could you not? Truly.
How could I not? In many respects, it was the only choice.
It was right there. I mean, it's a juicy old shrimp on a big ass hook. Come on.
Yeah, it was juicy, all right.
So the age rating has that been bumped to PG-13?
I don't know, dog. After some of the F-bombs we've dropped, I think this might be R.
Yeah, perhaps.
I mean, let's be real. You get a grand total of 1 with the PG-13 rating.
PG-16.
Yeah, we already...
PG-16. Right? That's a thing. NC-17? I don't fucking...
That's a step further beyond. That's to go even further beyond.
NC-17 is like only 17 and up can watch.
This is to go even further beyond.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get... This is what the reference.
That was Dragon Ball.
Ah, okay.
Dragon
Whoa!
Ball stands are gonna get your ass in the quote Elon's.
Power level.
Excuse me.
It's over now.
A route's this early?
Yo, hold on.
I ain't seen a routes anywhere. Sir? Where'd you
What's up,
find
little
that boy?
Just here by the pond.
He's a boss gamer, what can you say?
Bro.
Look at those
Dan's got
fledglings just walk into the background.
Dan's got the speedrun strats I'm looking for.
I'm gonna... Actually, let me see your summary.
Is what I would say if he wasn't a fucking scrub.
It's naive.
Hmm.
Just my boxes. Yeah? Hello, Hop-Up? Can I help you?
Mommy!
There's an Magey buff over here.
He's intentionally avoiding going to Los Platas.
Well, yeah, that's the story.
You're bitch. You know that?
What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? Yeah, we're punking it up.
I didn't know that you could get a Fido this early.
What's the joke? That it's like a dog in a pastry?
Yes. Its evolution is baked. Like, that's not the name, but that's the difference. Like, the evolution is basically, like, actual bread. And it gets an ability that means that where it's, like, well-baked or something like that. It means that it...
Hey, just like Austin
takes
right now.
no...
Hey, in like 2 seconds, give me like 2 seconds and I'll be right there.
Takes no damage from fire type moves. Which
I
is
literally
not
like
bad for a
literally just started packing a bowl, got the weed in there and everything. So I mean, right on time, right on point.
What it's all about.
That's right. I need to get me a Sprigatito.
It evolves into Dashbun.
I wonder if there's any Rule 34.
Yes,
Boon.
that's literally the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and its ability is Well-Baked Body. The Pokemon takes no damage when hit by Fire-type moves. Instead, its defense stat is sharply boosted.
This is a godless wasteland that we've created. I'm uncomfortable with the energy we've created in the studio.
This one is a male. Alright,
Don't.
red types.
Philo,
I mean,
because it's a kind of,
yeah. But
It's a little
that
on
might
the
be a little
nose.
close.
but also it's literally a type of pastry, a bread,
It is, yes.
Philo shell. So-
Isn't that just FILO?
Yep.
Let's see the summary.
If that's too close, I could give you some time. I can put something in the tank.
Let's see. It's neutral. It has own tempo. It's quirky. It has good perseverance.
You say it was a male or a?
Male. Yeah.
Apparently, one of the most common dog names is Milo, so Philo is cool.
Hi. Yeah. That's not the direction I'm going. Thanks.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Just
Bro.
drag me over from like 100 feet away.
range!
Hey, I
The
couldn't help notice you
range.
trying to run away from the progress over here. Anyways, this is a Pokemon Center. We're gonna learn you something, whether you like it or not, you little bitch. You can come here to take care of a lot of things related to your Pokemon. But I'll leave the explanations to the pros here.
Happy to be of service, and welcome to the Pokemon Center. I'm here to keep everyone's Pokemon healthy.
Yeah, what's up? I sell some shit here.
Here on my
Yeah,
left
the
is the
frickin-
Pokemart counter. You can buy things like Pokeballs and potions.
I shave the sides of my head because I want to look cool. We accept payment in cash and in league points. 1 league point is worth 1 Pokedollar.
And this to my right is the Technical Machine. TM machine for short. It's your ticket to making TMs, which you can use to teach moves to your Pokemon. You'll need to
Night
pay an
to
LP
E4.
and supply the machine with materials the Pokemon drop.
My name is very redundant. Why was I created?
That's a machine for technical machines. It's not even redundant.
Nope.
No,
Like
but it
an
is a
ATM
little.
machine.
It is a little. Comes off the tongue weird.
Sure. But then again, ATM machine. Which is actually redundant.
Yep.
Extraneously redundant. TM machine is still a little redundant, but not extraneously
Yeah.
so.
Anyways, ahem.
LP comes in handy both at these machines and at stores. I've got a lot. Here, have some. You poor little weirdo.
I mean, what? I thought the concept of a sugar mommy was supposed to be a lot older than this. To be honest with you. But like, I ain't complaining.
Yeah, listen, we can't afford to be choosy beggars.
We got 5K LP.
Oh yeah, and some of these too.
Lots of Pokemon
Dance into
materials.
Cougars confirmed.
And at the
Union
Union Circle,
Circle!
you can connect with other trainers to find yourself some
Union Circle!
adventuring companions.
Come visit
My man
us
is
at the
about to
Pokemon
cream
Center
his
anytime
cheese.
you need some help.
We will, thanks.
It's time!
Ooh. Look in the background.
Oh, it's smooth-ish.
Buttery.
Look at the fucking pimp walk. Remember, had a rough adventure? Get to the Pokemon Center. I am just full of freaking corporate slogans.
Nimona, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna remember that. The concept of going to a Pokemon Center when my Pokemon are low in health is easy enough to remember without a fucking slogan.
Gosh, how would
Sometimes
I
you have to know this sort of stuff for the quizzes at school. I don't know why we get graded on so many corporate slogans, but I'm sure it has something to do with all the sponsorships around the school.
I mean, they have to be able to subsidize, giving every student a Pokemon somehow.
Yeah, listen.
Importing those
Such a case, it
starters
ain't
is
cheap.
not cheap.
But mnemonics help out. Here's another one. Are you ready? Then let's go. Goopy, sure. But it helps you remember you can send your lead Pokemon out with the R button. That way you can have the Pokemon that's walking with you go pick up items lying around. Or go battle on its own or other stuff like that.
Yep. Right. And at auto battles, it's decided by strength and types, not moves. The best known spot in this area, the massive hill. Uh-huh. Yes.
Man, consolidation has been a hell of a drug. There used to be separate Pokemarts and Pokemon centers with multiple staff members. Now they got them all running kiosks.
I know!
Yeah.
Frickin' outsource the TMs to the frickin'
Deep Blue. This sucks.
So, Mud Slap requires 3 Wooper Slime and 200 League points.
And look at that, one of the workers is a fucking robot! We're
I'm saying.
replacing workers with robots!
Low Kick
Damn this
requires
automation.
Magey Fur. Acid Spray requires something I don't have yet. Struggle Bug requires Tarantula Thread. I can make Disarming Voice if I want. Fuse Ray involves things I don't have, probably from the,
Now, I'm pretty sure
Gaslight.
Disarming Voice is what Nimona uses when she doesn't want to battle.
Probably, yeah. So, to be fair, that explains her voice. She never doesn't want to battle.
Lol.
Beam is 3 Psyduck down. Okay. That's actually not bad at all. Metal Claw, Swift, Air Cutter, Rest, Rock Blast is... Who knows? Okay.
Man, remember back when you got 1 TM? Each TM you got 1. And that was it. And if you want to use it, you better make sure as fuck that you figure out exactly the right Pokemon to use it on. Otherwise, you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
As a result, I never used my tea.
Yeah, I do feel like they disincentivized.
Like, I definitely used them, but it was like, boy, was I scared
Ooh, metal
to.
ball. And another revive.
I was like, you get one chance. You get one chance to use it right. Hey, you're gonna invite me into your fucking game, you scrub? You're gonna invite me into your game?
Hey, I found a Swift.
There's a big old friend circle over there.
I just see an item here. What do you mean? The
You know,
burn heal.
back in the town. Friend circle.
Oh. Right, it's a toxic. I forgot that
Shrootle.
these guys existed. Or, no. Shrootle. Right, Toxel's the other one. Shroodle's the... Oh,
Not to cut
well,
things short, gents,
stop.
but I do think I'm gonna call it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired.
Wait, Coco
I'm getting
wants
up
to
pretty early
bite
for
things.
things.
Ah,
Yeah, I finally got my sleeping schedule settled.
Oh, that's good.
that's good. Kind of need to be at mine a little bit better.
Yeah, not that I wouldn't love to keep reprising my role as Nimona, but maybe I'll give the non-existent audience a rest for my weird accents.
I am sure our audience has enjoyed.
We should get
Oh,
together
yeah.
tomorrow. Maybe
Yeah,
do something.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Whether that be watching anime or playing game. Maybe we can figure out a way for us all to play this together.
Yeah, that'd be
I
pretty
know.
sweet.
I'll do some research, but I don't think it actually is. Unless we're all legit or all illegit.
Yeah, that was my concern, is we'd all have to be legit or illegit.
Is there an illegitimate way for me to do it allegedly on my computer?
Maybe.
I have heard
Yeah.
tell, perhaps. However, it would, However, you'd have to, like, start... Well, actually, if you haven't started the game yet, then...
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't even know. I didn't even buy a copy of it, so.
I do think it's. I
Photobomb.
don't know for sure, but it might be possible. Yeah.
I think I have heard tell. I can also just ask in a thread about it.
I'd hella be down for some 3-player SVV.
We have been going for almost 6 hours.
Wow.
Is that including all the time that we've been hanging out, or also the hours that you were waiting for me?
No, it's well, the time
Of streaming. Yeah.
So that includes a little bit of time before you arrive, but not all of it.
Gotcha.
Because we kind of hung around, you know, hoping you'd show up.
Yeah, sorry to keep you
Yeah.
waiting, fellas.
No problem. You were just hanging out.
You were making good food and, you know, having chill stuff, yeah. No, you're fine.
It was some good chili, too. I put some canned collard greens in there as well.
Oh, yeah?
Ended up being really good.
I did it because I had to sub in because I didn't have another thing of kidney beans, even though I thought I did. But it ended up, it was super good.
But it is always terrific to have you here.
Always good to be on. Good to hang out with you guys.
Hell yeah.
Just gonna gush a little about my chili before I like skedaddle. You know,
Yeah.
as you do. But,
Yeah, make me hungry and all that. Actually, I haven't had a break of any sort yet. And I believe that there may or may not be food around, so
I was just munching on some French fries that I had earlier.
I may or
They
may
were
not
cold, but-
decide to somewhat call things, actually. At least, like, stream-wise.
Yeah.
yeah, might be
and
time
say,
to
like-
take a break.
And say that I would come back on that perhaps tomorrow.
Hey. You heard it here first, folks.
Oh, that's a scatter button.
Tune in this time tomorrow. Well, not this time. But, yeah, same time. But,
Like 4 p.m. maybe-ish
yeah,
tomorrow.
Eastern time.
Mhm.
Or earlier, I don't know, it depends on if I can...
Yeah, we're not
fucking
highly
sleep.
consistent around here. But no, the chili was really. I was tasting it. And I had my niece taste it, and she really liked it. But she's also got really high spice tolerance. But like that first like spoonful, dude, it hit you in the face with the spice, like first thing, and then it continued to linger. So I
Ouch.
put a little brown sugar in there to round it out. Give it
That
some
would
nice
work,
warm
yeah.
notes.
Yeah.
I know that feel when you make something and it's way fucking spicier than you expected it.
Yeah, I used a recipe as like a template, but then I went freeform with my spices and stuff, and like I said, I had to substitute General Tso sauce for like fish sauce, which
Oh.
Which happens to be kind of spicy.
So, then I put in a little bit, and I had my niece taste it, and I was like, it's pretty good. You know, she thought it was done, but I wanted to put in a little of that apple cider vinegar just to give it a little more complexity.
Uh-huh. I
So
like the
then
sourness that vinegar adds to a lot of things.
Right, it's good to get the tang in there
Mhm.
from the sour. You know, it's not necessarily, you don't taste sourness, but you do get a little tang, a little freshness. And she was concerned that she'd be able to taste the apple cider vinegar, which she would not be a fan of. But I was like, nah, man, this much in this amount of chili, like, you're not going to taste
Nah.
the vinegar. You're just going to...
Now you're gonna
It really
get
helps.
just a little bit of little tang out of it. If
Yeah,
that.
it really helped round things out. But it was really funny because my niece was like, took a spoonful, and then she was immediately like, you know, I think that wasn't it. You know, I can hardly taste the spice anymore. And then she started like choking from the heat, coughing and stuff. And I was like, there it is. I didn't get rid of it. I just softened the up front.
This
Yeah.
edible ain't shit.
Literally. So it was really it was just comedic timing par excellence, but it was really good, and I wanted to describe it just because I was proud of the complexity it ended up. You had the really nice like bass notes at the bottom from the brown sugar, you know, like the sweetness, and then like those like caramely, you know, toasted brown sugar flavors, and then you know into like the meat of it, you know, like your I believe it is pork, so your meat, your beans, and your, you know, and some of your earthy spices. And then, you know, you end on that sharp, tangy, like, high note. And then it just, like, fades away into the residual, like, heat that sticks to the back of your throat. I was pretty pleased.
Yeah, it sounds
I think
pretty
the
good.
only,
Maybe a
I think
little
the only thing
spicier
that
than I
would've-
prefer, but sounds good.
right? I think the only thing that would have made it better was if I had, like, some cornbread, but we don't have any, like, cornmeal or anything, so I just
Oh,
made
that-
some Texas toast.
It's hard to. I mean, you know, I'm saying this as a Southern boy, but it's hard to go wrong with some cornbread. A,
Cornbread?
but B, yeah, like, you know, especially if you're working with especially with some chili, yeah.
My sister-in-law has a really great recipe for making chili and cornbread together, like in mason jars.
Ooh.
So you just eat it together. You know, you break through the top crust and get it all. And it's phenomenal.
That sounds good.
Yeah, dude. If you want to like license, I'm sure you could find something like that online. Some recipes and stuff. Or I could get the recipe from her and send it to you. But it's phenomenal. I'm blessed to be in a family where like most of us like can cook. Gives us the ability to bounce things off of each other.
Versatility.
I like the idea
Yeah,
of
that's
cooking both at one time like that.
right.
Like,
Sure,
you know,
and
it's just, you know, easier to do, but also just like, you know, the concept just seems fun, you know.
It is fun. It's very Instagrammable. It's very aesthetic, and it's nice to just have the little individual portions to like hand out. You know, like in the individual jars.
Yeah. Of course, you gotta have the jars to do it in. But also, who doesn't? It's the South.
Lamau. Which is funny because my sister-in-law is actually from New England.
Huh.
Right? Yeah, from like New Hampshire and Boston. So, but we're all in it together, right? So I don't know where I was going with that. Just wanted to. It's always nice to get to talk about food, and I know you guys appreciate when
I
I
do love
share
me
some
some
food
foods.
stories.
Doesn't
I do
matter
love
whether
some
you're a
foods.
person or a Pokemon. We all need to take time to rest.
So true. We stand Mom in this house.
Honestly.
Hey, Mom, watch this.
Oh my god, look at him go. Like, he's so swagged out.
Like a fucking figure skater. Without the ice.
Muncha, muncha, muncha.
Once more, I am inside the geometry.
So, caught in the architecture? I'm caught in the architecture. But yeah, I don't know what we. I don't know if you wanted to plan anything out now, but or like what you wanted to do tomorrow. But we could do some tachyons.
Yeah,
Something
I'm
else.
down for whatever.
Maybe
I'd
not
be interested-
tachyons, actually, now that I think about it.
Huh?
Said maybe not tachyons, actually.
Yeah. A little done with tachyons for now.
Yeah, kind of. Not even just that, like, I'm done with it, but also I'm like, until I can figure out how to make the, like, shipbuilding system work, I don't want to mess with it. Just because I don't have to put in all that, like, effort.
Just to get to where we were doing
Right.
stuff like it just took so long to like board ships and like and it becomes like harder to do that as the game goes on and just
It doesn't seem like we can edit our scrap amount. I'll see if I can figure out how to do that, because if we could just give ourselves like 5,000 scrap, that puts us about where we were at.
yeah, I could probably do something like that server side.
I love that they kept the pirouette in.
But yeah, I'm down with just trying to play maybe some Pokemon. I was also interested in playing like a game or two of the Digimon TCG.
Yeah, I'd have to like get a deck together and into the table into the thing.
Yeah, it's not super hard to get it in the tabletop.
There's also the Elder Kings mod that just came out for CK3, or we could play the old one that's got a little more content for CK2, which is now free. So.
Oh, nice. I love free.
What the game they made the game free?
Yeah, they made it free to play before they released CK3.
Oh,
Nice.
it's a nice touch.
So all the DLC and stuff is free too?
Lol, no.
Oh.
You wish. I was gonna say it was kind of a moot point considering all the DLC that you need to. The good news though is like only one of us needs to have it, and that would be me.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh yeah. I was going to explain to you. I was trying to come up with like the basis for a TCG. Just like I was just batting around ideas in my head, not necessarily like I was like gonna like actually do anything with it, but I was like, you know, maybe it'll solidify into something and maybe I'll come up with a couple of cards. I doubt it'll actually go anywhere. But I thought it was a somewhat interesting idea. So you have your like main deck of like creatures and spells and stuff that you would do, and then you have another deck that's like a gemstone deck. So like every turn you draw a card from your deck, and you also play a gemstone card from your gemstone deck. So I know that sounds like Hearthstone, like you're only getting one extra resource per turn. It's consistent. But you build a gemstone deck because each gemstone can have different special card effects. Like you can have just a neutral gemstone that just does like one magical point. I don't want to call it mana, but you know, one magic resource. Yeah, one mana. And that's kind of how you do that. Right, that's that resource system. But there's also the health system, which I would refer to as like maybe like the source, which is like your magical source of energy, as like a magic user. So it's like a wizard duel or something, and there are two magic users. So at the source, what you're trying to do is drain your opponent's source to 0 while keeping your source above 0. And the thing about the source, the thing that's special about the source, is that the source can also be used to generate mana. So one gemstone, right, has the same cost as, or sorry, one source point of mana costs the same amount as 2 gemstone sources of mana.
So you could burn your life to get like double mana for each life point you burn.
Right, and like some spells might be cheaper from the source, or some spells might be more expensive from the source, depending on what they do and how they work.
Okay, so you would codify them differently, and then each card would have a like it costs, you know, like this many like gem, you know, like mineral mana versus this much like life force.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Alright.
So like every card could potentially have like how Magic has like the alternate mana cost, like, you know, symbol up top where they're like split in half. Oh.
Yeah. And it makes sense, like in a wizard duel, when you run out of MP, you lose.
That would be interesting. And maybe like you're, like you said, I don't know what kind of effects you were thinking about, like gemstones having, but some of them could be like stick on as long as it's on the battlefield. Like you could maybe have like your gem deck also be like a deck for like permanent battlefield affecting decks, like magics, enchantments, or artifacts.
Right, they could have enchantment type effects, or they could just be like a dual gemstone, right? Like in Magic, but you can only have a certain number of them. So maybe only like 4 or 5 or 6, depending on the card.
Right. Which could be neat. So then you basically have 2 like separate resources, and you could focus. It would be neat. It would give you a
And you
lot more
wouldn't
ways.
have to worry about mixing your gemstones into your deck and only drawing gemstones when you needed gemstones, or only drawing creatures when you needed gemstones.
Mhm.
Sorry, you get what I mean.
Yeah. And it would be interesting. You'd have to further design the game around like the constraints of that system. You know,
Mhm.
you wouldn't want to make life points too easy to come by. Otherwise, like you would get the channel into
Yeah, a life gain deck would become just the ultimate ramp deck.
Yeah.
you'd get
So,
channel into like fireball kill. But
So like 1 MP regain would be a lot.
yeah. Or maybe just not even have there be like life gain as a concept, you know?
Yeah, eliminate it entirely. You could definitely design a game around that, for sure.
Like, that's honestly kind of appealing to me as like a black Magic player. Like, the idea of like, you know, using life as a resource, but you don't necessarily come by it so easily. It's just like, all right, well, I think
Sometimes
I
it
can.
just happens.
It would almost be like how in the Digimon card game, you know, you can like play a big spell and give your opponent a lot of mana if you think you'll win the game like in the next 2 turns. Like,
Right, or they have like a low card count in their hand, and it's like, well, what are they going to do with 3 cards?
right, like,
I'll take a chance with those 3 cards to play this big boy and win next turn.
exactly. It's like, all right, well, you know, I'm gonna like put myself like to 5, you know, source points, but I win the game, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like, it was kind of like I was trying to pull the 2 ideas of the Digimon memory system and the Magic mana system, while also like alleviating the problems in the Magic, land system where you
Yeah,
shuffle
the
it
flood
into
and
your deck.
screw. That's interesting. That's a good way to look at the design choices of all those games and kind of bring it together in a cohesive way. And also theme it around the idea of like a wizard/alchemist duel, which is kind of what the.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's kind of what the original Magic the Gathering was, but they also went in a way different direction of kind of like being more about
Yeah.
planeswalkers and like story
Yeah.
stuff and like.
I mean,
So-
technically, you, the player, is still a planeswalker.
Yeah,
But like, they
I just-
don't.
I don't-
They don't really go into that in detail anymore.
yeah. Like when was the last time that they made one of those Duels of the Planeswalker games where that was like the whole story? Yeah, it just like
Yeah.
it just feels like they're not like leaning into it, and so obviously
Nah.
like.
They use it as a little bit of an abstraction, as far as as far as it goes on like Arena.
Mhm.
But
Plus,
yeah.
like Planeswalkers got a lot less powerful than they were when Magic first started, which is neither
Well,
here
yeah,
nor
I
there as far
mean,
as that
you know.
goes, but
the mending happened.
yeah, just it messes with the. But it would be interesting to kind of go back to that well. You know, it's not like nobody has a copyright to frickin' wizard fights, so.
Yeah,
it'd be nice
exactly.
to-
Yeah. If I play it as like 2 actual wizards, like a wizard versus a wizard in a wizard duel is not really what
Right.
Magic is. It's actually 2 planeswalkers.
Yeah, and planeswalkers are like godlike entities, but you're just like 2 dudes.
Two
So-
dudes who can use magic. Yeah.
If anything,
It's-
Harry Potter's got more beef with you than Wizards of the Coast does right now.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, like, the concept of wizards and that kind of fantasy stuff is so broad. Like, it'd be a nice.
It'd be like Lord of the Rings is infringing on Wizards of the
Right.
Coast. Like,
Yeah,
go fuck
you definitely.
yourself.
Yeah, you definitely could personalize it and make it your own IP and stuff. But it's a nice space to be in to go back to some of that really cool stuff that you know, sometimes it feels missing. I wish not to make it about magic because we're discussing like this original separate thing, and I don't want to like taint that.
Yeah.
But I kind of wish they would bring back magic core sets to have like both staple standard cards in, but also just like generic. No one ever was like, give me more generic, but dragons and goblins and like something that was neat and like broadly appealing.
Yeah.
I'm kind of sick of like sets with like aesthetics that I don't care about. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you gonna say, Dave?
What was I saying right before? What were we saying right before that?
Dan was gonna say something. I cut him off.
No.
Well, just the concept of it being that it doesn't have to just be about a story. It can also just be, just kind of, hey, fill in these things.
Right. That too. That's also nice from a design space.
To fill in where things may not have been there. Like, let's say in the recent set, there's not like the massive most amount of green going on here. Outside of a couple of things of just like, yeah, the forest is not happy about what the fuck you're doing. Considering that they got a meld card. Where it's just like, yeah, melded with the entire damn forest. Which, sick.
Right.
But,
yeah, I don't know. I wish they would go back to having like 2 or 3 set blocks.
That too. That too. Yes. Bring back
Things were a lot more like I don't know, cohesive.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
Give story enough time to actually breathe.
That's what I'm thinking. Because I got out of Magic probably not cons, but like, what was the set after cons?
Dragons? I don't remember what was in between cons and dragons, but yeah.
Not Dragons of Tarkir set, but like the block. What was after the?
Oh, after the.
I'm not sure. Amonkhet?
I think
Was that
Amonkhet
after?
was a lot newer. Amonkhet was surprisingly recent.
There's the Battle for Zendikar, Shadows over Innistrad, Kaladesh, Amonkhet. Okay, yeah. So I got out at Battle for Zendikar. And I don't know, got back in at Ixalan, and then they stopped doing blocks, which I thought was, okay, maybe this will be interesting, because the problem with blocks is every time you do a 3-block set, the middle block kind of ends up sucking, or like the 3rd block isn't very good because, they get tired of being in the design space, but...
Right, yeah.
Like you guys are saying, I don't remember the very fact that we just sat around and were like, what were all those sets again?
Well, to be fair, I was
Like,
playing during those times.
That's also true, but I don't know, it's just a lot of like...
So,
how do you make things more memorable,
Well, things are probably gonna get ready in the next, 5 years for Magic to really start declining a lot. A lot.
I don't know, they're making a ton of money.
Yeah, but there are big people who are saying this is not sustainable. You guys are fucking everything up, and you're about to crash and burn. Tons of people are saying this. Licensed professionals. Bank of America is saying, "Hey, Wizards of the Coast, you're about to fuck everything up."
I saw that
Okay.
Bank of America thing,
Yeah,
but I've also seen some criticisms of their methodology.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's some stuff where, that's not exactly a thing that's talking about long-term stuff as much.
Yeah, it's more about, investors. I don't know. I don't think the game's in a great place, but I also don't know if it's about to like implode. It's
Yeah.
I'd
I
like
don't-
to see it happen. I think there would be some big changes if it were to like.
If it were to implode, then it would mean that it's not making money anymore, and they would just stop making it like Hasbro does with everything else. Like this is not, this is far from the first,
Nah, dude.
card
If things got
game
fucky,
that
they wouldn't
Wizards
just
did.
stop making Magic, dude. Let's get real here.
I mean, Magic is
Mm.
their particular, cash cow of choice for quite a while, but like, this is far from the first one that has, fallen on hard times. I, literally have a binder of, the, of the Star Wars one that they did, and like, the amount of actual information out on the internet about it, very little.
But you don't know. Magic is a cultural phenomenon. It's not this. You can't compare it to their Star Wars game, dude. That's not an even comparison.
fair. I don't know. I don't think they would ever like just stop doing Magic. I think the IP is too valuable. I could
Yeah.
definitely see them like losing a lot of players and having to like rebrand. But I don't know. It would be like it'd be like Dungeons and Dragons, right? Like they lost a lot of people going into 4th edition, and they like rebuilt, came back even harder with 5th edition. You know what I mean? Like I think if it was really that bad for them, they would stop and reassess, and people would come back because it's such a valuable IP, because it means a lot to a lot of people, because it's like you said, a cultural touchstone. But I do think, I'm sure some changes will be rolling around. It seems like a lot of people, like the Aaron Forsyth tweet about the health of Standard. Not to make this Pokemon stream an impromptu discussion of the health of a completely unrelated, thing. But I don't know. Just it would be interesting. I think. I'm sure something will happen. I'm more curious, more than like the death of Magic. I'm concerned about the death of Standard. You know.
Yeah,
What that
Standard is
means.
dying.
Yeah. And I'm also
So that'll be
concerned with
interesting to see how they handle that.
I'm concerned also with the way that they're pushing Commander and printing, stuff for Elder Dragon Highlander.
That's going to become like the main format.
Yeah. Not because I'm not an EDH fan, but more because
The
I
design
don't know.
perspectives are different.
Exactly.
I'll tell
Also
you
just-
what.
I've been seeing, even since we started playing Commander, and looking at it, it's become so much more high powered. They keep pumping specially made stuff into the format. It's just it takes some of the whimsy and oh, here's all my jank cards. I'm gonna build a Commander deck about it.
Mm-hmm.
The fun, and now it's oh, everybody's playing sweaty Commander. And now a lot of people say, well, you just talk about with your Commander group, and to some extent, sure, but you shouldn't necessarily have to. That's like saying that because mods exist, that it's okay for Bethesda to release buggy Skyrim for the 11th time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On some level, we have to hold the designers culpable for the way that they're affecting the system that they're in control of.
Yeah. 100%.
which is-
yeah.
Which is not to say that it's bad. That I'm all for tables setting power level limits, but it's harder to do that, I think, with things printed directly into the format, at varying, that are kind of pushed and meant to be a specific archetype.
It's painful to see a game that I love as a 1v1 transition into a predominantly multiplayer format. I like playing Magic one-on-one. Not that I don't like bringing multiple people in. and playing a 3-player game. But like 4-player Commander is just that's too goddamn much. I'm sorry. I know that's an unpopular opinion among the
I've
Magic
heard-
community.
I've heard people say that four people is not enough, and 5 and plus player Magic is where it should be.
Right? I definitely it is your right to that opinion. I don't mind it either way. I think both exist and deserve to exist. Like I said, I'm not criticizing that Commander exists. I'm just concerned about the health of EDH and what the format should and ought, how it should play and who's playing it and
Hey y'all,
what it means. What's up?
there's a floating Pokeball.
Hello? Jesus, mouse.
Woo! What the fuck?
Like, I don't know if it's supposed to be like a placeholder for like where something is supposed to be, but like
Yeah, why does it keep moving like that? It's gone.
oh, it's the Pokeball that was in the kid's hand.
Oh. The hell, boy?
That still shouldn't
The
have been
boy, right.
either shouldn't have been visible in battle or
That's so
they
strange.
should have been. Anyway, they have their Pokemon healed up. Let's battle them. They'll tell us a cool secret if we win. Oh, sorry. She will. I think. It's a pig off.
Yo. Let's get chonking. Yeah. Sorry, not to go deep into the weeds, but
I'm a little concerned just that it will maybe suck to be a Magic player for a minute.
Yeah, it's gonna for the next couple of years. Is before we see the problem is Magic is planned out 2 years ahead of time. So the next 2 years of content, that's already slated up for release, pretty much already ready to go. So in order for us to see any change, they have to get input over the next 2 years, and by that time they've already developed like the next year of stuff. By the time they're getting, you see, it takes a long time to see change from the input from the community, and they don't really seem to listen to the community much at all anyway. So
The big secret was that Pokemon centers will heal your Pokemon for free.
Word.
But
Yeah, I don't know.
free.
Part of that might just be because it takes so long for them to react to things. I do think they do try and keep. It's hard. I feel like they're upsetting a lot of sectors of the player base. Like the pro players are not happy. People who care about like the lore and setting of Magic, I don't think are very happy right now.
I don't know. I think some of them are okay with the current storyline, but like kind of worried about where it could go.
well, what about the fact that all the old cards have all dropped 50% in value? Like, that's not good.
It is interesting, but it is weird. Because
I don't
based
know.
on what, like.
Maybe it's not that big of a deal, actually.
The problem is, collectible games like this are kind of like Bitcoin in the sense that they're based around the opinions of the base on what anything is actually worth. Like, there's no inherent utility to a fucking, a cardboard, shingle.
Yeah.
Like, so, even though like Wizards reprinted some stuff, but like you can't actually use it anywhere. If that freaks enough people out, maybe the prices go down. Which I say it just means it's time to, invest. Buy when prices are down, I say. But I was more talking, Dan, about like the Universes Beyond stuff and the way that
I'll agree with that. Yeah, I'm
a lot of those
skeptical about that. Like the Warhammer one was kind of neat, but kind of felt like it was something where they either wanted to go even more full send into it or like less into it.
They're
Like,
going
the amount that
wild
they
with
did
secret
was
layers.
not really
Fucking-
as deep as they probably wanted to.
Yeah.
And then
Crossovers.
trying to fill some of the rest of that with some of the secret layers, kind of.
Crossover,
Not
crossover,
really as
crossover,
well.
crossover.
Mhm. Yeah, and I don't know. I like Warhammer, and I also think it's interesting because I consider Games Workshop and Wizards of the Coast to be like two big like tabletop nerd like bastions, corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not-
Warhammer is like the Magic the Gathering of tabletop games.
So it's not like weird to me, exactly, for them to collaborate necessarily. But I also, I feel like a lot of people's opinions is, I don't like Universes Beyond, but then they printed my pet fucking franchise into it, and I think it's awesome. So, and I don't know how healthy that is. And some people don't care, but if you're like a Porthos, if you care about like the lore and the flavor of the cards, like it might break your disbelief to see like Godzilla and Optimus Prime fighting like fucking
Well, now this clipping shouldn't be happening.
Abaddon did the spoiler. Yeah, hello. So I don't know. Some people are like, hey, just let people enjoy things, and I'm not saying that people can't enjoy things, but I'm saying that some people's enjoyment takes away from other people's enjoyment. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like,
Aren't they going to be doing like a Final Fantasy one too?
are they gonna? I didn't hear anything about that.
I think that's what the next one's supposed to be.
Word.
As
So I
far
don't
as
know.
The Universes Beyond stuff goes, which is
It's hard to get
It's
excited. There's
weird
no, like,
as a concept to work with.
yeah. I'm just gonna say I'll reserve judgment until I've seen it, but I can see where you're coming from. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to get excited about anything. There's so much product.
There is so much product. I think that is a part of it. It's just like they've clearly seen that they can make a lot of money out of having so many products constantly, but like the fatigue's fucking real.
Yeah. I'm bummed out about the story. I'm bummed out about like what's happened to some of my characters that I like, and how they're gonna like bring it all together. What's gonna happen to other people. But that's not necessarily bad. Sometimes you gotta kill your darlings, but also just the Universes Beyond stuff, the lore. I'm worried that like what the game will look like without standard as a way of getting new people into a single player semi-competitive format. The lack of
I
competitive
think they'll
support.
probably try their best to keep standard around. Really.
I hope so, but I feel like they gotta do. I think the price of standard decks needs to come way down, honestly. But I don't know how you do that without kind of making standard cards worse than cards in older formats. But then
Right.
you also.
But then
Then you're
also
not
those are
doing-
the cards that are feeding the older formats.
I guess if you completely give up on the idea that standard should feed into older formats and you exclusively rely on like modern horizons and commander sets, but then I feel like you're just leaning into product fatigue. In
Yeah.
which case, I guess you just go, I only care about modern horizons because I'm a modern player,
Right.
And
yeah.
then if somebody else gives a shit enough, they'll fucking find any cards that might be decent. But I don't know. I don't know how you land that plane. I don't know how you like satisfy all those needs at this point. You know what I mean?
Like, I feel like there may be been a way to do it earlier, but now I feel like things are so kind of fucked up. Like, I don't know how you lower the price of standard decks and bring standard power level back down to a reasonable level without negatively affecting older
Just
formats.
make standard as powerful as modern, and then you can just print modern cards in standard.
Yeah, just print Blood Moon again.
Yes! Sickos. Yes! Me leading into Dan's window.
I want you to say that left a terrible fucking taste in my mouth to say.
Me when they print fucking what is it? All the fucking 3-mana land destruction cards.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
They've really been leaning away from land destruction recently.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be kind of swag if they brought it back? Wouldn't that be just the greatest?
People really hate land destruction.
Yeah, but they're printing so many powerful lands. You know what the answer is to a frickin' what was it? Like the one that made all the zombies?
Feel that it's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
fucking...
it was the land that blew up a land.
Let's
like a
bring...
ghost land or something like that.
Right.
Let's bring back...
But the thing
They need
is,
fucking stone
the other
man.
thing was just like ban that land.
Yeah.
Let's bring back land destruction and mana burn.
Ooh, you're a spicy individual, and I love that about you, Austin. I love the way that you are entirely ready to piss off everyone.
Uh-huh. I want it to happen.
You're just ready to burn this whole motherfucker. But no,
Yeah.
like a 3 mana, like just a stone rain would be a great answer to some of these absurd land cards. You know what I mean? Or like ramp decks. Like, no, fuck your noise. So I don't know.
Do not inhale Gatorade. It's bad for your lungs.
I know it like upsets people, but I also think that the part of that's psychological, and honestly, that people need to get over it, and the people hated him for speaking the truth. But also that like, especially as the formats change and more powerful lands are printed, it becomes a necessity. Like, it's like you said,
Yeah.
they want to print these powerful lands, but then they have to ban them, which upsets the format anyways, and everybody who bought one of those decks.
If you
And
could
the
just
easy
get rid
answer,
of hard on field, it's not a fucking issue anymore.
right? I'm not saying reprint 4-mana Yokel Hops or anything, like, the red fucking Wrath of God that just destroys all lands.
One
But,
mana destroy target land.
I'm not even saying 1
Absolutely
mana.
fuck out of here.
Just a stone rain. So just a morsel for sick fucks like me. Like, Casualties of War was not it. 6 mana to get 1 land. Like, it's not a way to live. So I don't know.
What if they printed a 5-color like artifact or something, and it was like 0 mana, and you could play it, and like when you tapped it, it give you 1 of every color of mana.
I would make a deck that was focused around fucking like playing 2 of those and then playing Door to Nothingness.
The true hero of our time.
It's
Why
not
wouldn't
that
you
I
just
win.
run 4?
It's that well, obviously, but I need 2 on the table to.
Yeah.
No. You just need a doubling effect.
True.
I only run 1
What
of
you
them.
need to do is
then
untap it.
And then I run all the mana. Yes, of course. Make this deck as jank as possible. Add as many moving parts. So that I can then untap, load my sniper rifle.
Just like
and
a
fucking
strionic
obliterate my
resonator.
opponent. Oh my god.
Yeah, then you only need, just an extra 2 mana floating, and then you can double it. Actually, wait. Strionic Resonator is a triggered effect, isn't it? Damn it.
Yep.
There's another one for activated effects, I think. Yeah, shit.
Dan, your character's so cute. They need to add an emote where you vogue. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Definitely there's need for,
I believe there was something in, because I think it was like a hedron of something like, of some sort, where it let you copy a spell, or I think a creature spell, or an ability for like 2, 3, and 4 mana and a tap apiece.
sure there's something to, like, double your effect. But anyways, the point is, I just want to be able to, like, snipe my opponents. I want to be able to put my gun on the fucking table and say, you die today.
You
Right,
die
okay.
today. Target
I
player
believe-
loses the game.
Exactly. I think that's the funniest part about running
Just
that card.
destroy
in,
target player.
Yeah,
Yeah.
literally. Ah! I think that's the funniest part about running that card in Commander, is the ability to just put a gun on the table and say, who wants to die?
All right, lads, roll your dice. Who's losing this
Yeah.
turn?
Roll saving throws. We're about to obliterate one of us. Knowing that it won't win you the game, but will just cause someone to lose, is the most salt-inducing thing I can think of. If I got door to nothingness to no Commander game, I think I'd... What is with this wave?
I have no clue. It's apparently
Why is
over
your-
here, but like I would have thought that would have been a side-to-side one instead. Also, why do we look so fucking smug while we're doing it?
Yeah,
Just
literally with our flappy hands.
listen, they can be flappy hands if they want. I can also be flappy hands over here. Listen, we put up with Nemona's stuff.
True.
You think she doesn't have similar brain things to us?
True, that's pretty true. A little, I don't know. I draw the line at whatever this little wave is. This weird little limp wristed. We gotta find an alternate stem. This is not working for me.
Well, would you prefer how very perfectly stiff-wristed this applause is? Literally just applause from the shoulders. Just moving the entire arm. That's the most efficient way to applaud, right? That's how clapping works, right? That's how a normal person does it.
Animators, how many frames do you think you guys are gonna need for these emotes? 2? Okay. Word. None animation with left beef. Jesus. Alright. I really do gotta go to bed, but
Fucking
my God.
loser. So
I know.
lame. God, you
I know.
old man.
I'm old. What can I say? My neck's stiff.
Yep.
My back hurts in places. Bye. Bye, little
Go to
Dan.
bed, you old fucking man.
It's long past. Alright. Suppose it's time to hit the old dusty trail.
They really went
Where's
over the
Dusty
top with
Trail?
this particular pose. This dark pose.
It's saying it with its whole chest, the little kicked up. It's adorable. I love it. Okay.
Pretty cute.
See you around,
Really
gamers.
just holding
Good night.
that posture.
Listen, we didn't get into this academy because we couldn't strike a pose.
Clearly.
Alright. Night, y'all.
Good night, brother.
Shoot, shoot.
A sad day.
6.5 hours now. Wow.
God.
I've dropped 1,155 frames. Thankfully, that's only 0.2%.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not that much.
Yeah,
It's not
nah.
that much.
I mean, at 30 frames a second, that's maths. Why is our
So-
mouth stuck open?
Weird.
Oh, that nope. Well, wait, hang on. Is it
You
because
wanna-
we're in town and we're just
That's super fucking weird, dude.
no? Hold on. No.
Something to do with the texture is like glitching out.
Nah, it's not glitching out. It's just the mouth is just open. Yeah, it's just open. I think something from the WoW perhaps did that. Yeah, because it's closed for the hero pose. It seems to want to default back to being open now. Okay, there we go. That's fixed it. Hello, hi Fido. Yeah, it was weird. Did I see? No, I didn't. Okay. Thought I saw a little glint point. I didn't.
You want to see if the old multiplayer works?
I figure we should probably give that a test, probably off stream.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Just because it'll be easier to mess with there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is, you know, we've been going for a good 6.5 hours, and we only got to the first Pokemon Center.
I think you can do a little better than that.
I don't know, it's me we're talking about here. Go pig, get that bread. There you go. I'm probably gonna have to either slow or stop actually fighting things very soon.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't want to get too overpowered.
That's a lot of the reason why I was doing just kind of let's go stuff, because you get very little experience for it.
Yeah, it doesn't give you much.
Oh, there's a Choodle. No, that's not the one I wanted. Yeah, this tarantula is not very strong. But then again, I've seen its base stats, so that's not a surprise. Yes, I probably should actually save. Anyways, yeah. We haven't gone quite a bit. I think I'm gonna get me some food. That sounds pretty good to me.
Snack time.
Or dinner. And let's be real, last time I ate was shit, 13 hours ago? I should get
Jeez.
some food. Because
Perhaps.
I think I had sandwiches at around 1. It's now the next 2 after that. So, yeah. I should probably eat. So, anyone who has stuck around watching this long, thank you for being here. If/when I put this up on YouTube and you've stuck around watching this long, I absolutely thank you. I don't know why, but thank you. Please do all those YouTube-y things. Like, comment, subscribe. Do the bell thing, send a carrier pigeon, you know how it is. Yeah. Also...
Drop a coin in the submission box? No way.
No, that's just for Gimme Ghoul.
Yes, that's right.
Uh,
Drop a suggestion
have-
in the comment box
oh yeah,
if you
sure.
have any ideas.
Leave nickname suggestions, absolutely. I love those. If you've enjoyed us rambling like this and getting almost nothing done, go ahead and follow me over on Twitch, where I'll be doing this when I remember to, and etc. You know how it is.
For
Procrastination
potentially
is
the next
fun.
5 years.
Yeah, up to and including. And maybe then I'll have found the first gym.
Yeah. Who knows, maybe even, like, the first Titan Pokemon. I don't want to get hasty or anything.
Nah, yeah, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. But, yeah, anyways. Thank you very much for watching if you have. And until next time, farewell.
And good night.